If you've ever wondered what it's like to spend nights completely alone, surrounded by miles of dark forest, this story might change the way you see silence. Fire lookouts are trained to watch for smoke, storms, and lightning strikes. We're taught how to read the wind, how to spot a fire before it spreads, and how to stay calm when help is hours away. What we're not trained for is realizing something is watching us back. This happened while I was stationed alone in a remote fire lookout tower high above the tree line. No roads, no neighbors, no one scheduled to visit for days. From the tower, I could see everything. Or at least, I thought I could. This is a true scary story about the night I had my scariest encounter from the tower, and the moment I realized the forest doesn't always stay where it's supposed to. Listen carefully. My name is Evan Holloway. I took a seasonal job as a fire lookout because I wanted silence. Real silence. Not the kind you get in apartments at 3 in the morning when the city finally exhales. I wanted the kind that presses in on you, that makes you aware of your own breathing. After a messy year, burnout, a breakup that dragged longer than it should have, too many nights staring at a ceiling, I figured 4 months alone on a mountain might straighten something out inside me. The tower sat on a ridge most people never bothered to name. It wasn't part of a popular trail system, and it didn't get visitors unless there was smoke in the distance or a ranger needed to check the equipment. One narrow service road wound up through pine and rock, ending abruptly at the clearing where the tower stood. No cell service. A radio that crackled more than it spoke. Solar panels bolted to the south side, a propane tank half buried in gravel, and a weathered set of rules taped beside the desk. Most of them were standard. Log your weather observations. Report any plumes immediately. Keep the lens clean on the Osborne. But one line stood out, handwritten beneath the rest. Do not adjust the mirrors after sunset. I assumed it was a joke. Lookouts love their traditions, their little ways of spooking the new guy. The morning started clean and clear. Sky like polished glass, distant peaks stacked in pale blue layers. I logged temperature, wind speed, humidity. Made coffee that tasted faintly of metal and propane. The mountain felt empty in the best possible way. Even the birds kept their distance, as if the tower marked some invisible boundary. By late morning, I started to notice the quiet wasn't uniform. It shifted. When the wind moved through the trees, it didn't sound like a single forest breathing together. It sounded segmented, like pockets of air moving independently, as if the slope itself were compartmentalized. I chalked it up to elevation changes and went back to my routine. Around noon, I swept the horizon with the Osborne Fire Finder. North sector first, then east. When I lined up the site with a familiar saddle between two peaks, I felt a brief, irrational hesitation. The sensation wasn't fear. It was more like the discomfort of holding eye contact too long with a stranger. I adjusted, finished the sweep, and wrote, "No smoke observed," in the log. The radio came alive just once that afternoon. Dispatch checking in, routine. They asked how the tower was settling with me, whether the equipment looked intact. I told them everything was fine. I almost mentioned the mirrors, then stopped myself. I didn't want to sound jumpy on my first day. By mid-afternoon, the light shifted. Clouds rolled in low and slow, flattening the world. Visibility dropped from miles to maybe half that. The mountain didn't feel smaller because of it. It felt closer. like the distance between the tower and the tree line had compressed, tightening around me. I noticed the first real anomaly at 3:17 p.m. I was updating the weather log when I heard footsteps below the tower. Not the hollow echo of my own boots on the stairs, but deliberate, weighted steps moving through gravel. I leaned out the window, expecting to see a ranger truck, or maybe a hiker who'd ignored the closure signs. There was no one there. The clearing was empty, tire tracks undisturbed, gravel smooth except for my own footprints from that morning. The forest edge stood perfectly still. No birds flushed. No branches swayed. I told myself sound carries strangely up here. Rocks shift. Animals pass through. I closed the window and sat back down. 10 minutes later, I heard it again. This time, the footsteps circled the base of the tower. Slow even. Too consistent for a deer, too heavy for a fox. Each step separated by the same pause, as if whoever, or whatever, was walking had learned the pattern and was sticking to it. I didn't call out. I don't know why. Part of me didn't want to break whatever rule the mountain was quietly enforcing. Instead, I climbed down the ladder, heart beating faster with each rung, and stepped onto the platform. The sound stopped immediately. The clearing looked unchanged, but something felt off, like the air pressure had shifted. I walked a slow circle, scanning the tree line. That was when I realized the mirrors on the tower's exterior, used to reflect blind spots below, had been angled differently than they were that morning. Not by much. Just enough that the reflection now showed more forest and less ground. I was certain I hadn't touched them. I adjusted them back, muttering under my breath about fatigue and first-day nerves. The metal was cool under my hands, vibrating faintly, as if responding to something I couldn't feel directly. When I finished, the clearing felt normal again. The tension bled off, replaced by embarrassment at myself. I went back inside and marked the incident in my personal notebook, not the official log. No reason to invite questions. As the afternoon dragged on, the clouds thickened. Shadows pooled between the trees. I did another sweep with the Osborne, slower this time. Every sector looked clear, but the sensation returned. The feeling of being observed, not from a specific direction, from everywhere at once. At 5:42 p.m., the radio crackled again. Dispatch asked if I'd adjusted the mirrors. I laughed, a short, nervous sound. Asked what they meant. They paused before answering. Long enough that I wondered if the signal had dropped. Then they said, carefully, that the mirrors had reflected sunlight into a nearby camera earlier in the day. Something had changed their alignment. I told them I must have brushed one by accident. They accepted that explanation too quickly, like they were relieved to have anything that sounded normal. Just make sure they're set before sunset, the voice added, and don't mess with them after. I looked at the sky. The light was already thinning, draining of color. Sunset was less than an hour away. I said I understood. As the sun dipped behind the ridge, the forest darkened unevenly. Some patches fell into shadow too fast, while others held on to the light like it was being rationed. The footsteps returned once more, faint this time, pacing the perimeter. I stayed inside, hands clenched around a mug of cold coffee, listening as the sound traced a slow, patient loop. When it finally stopped, the silence that followed was heavier than before. Pressurized. Expectant. That was when I realized the mountain wasn't just quiet. It was attentive. And it knew exactly where I was. I've spent enough time alone to know the difference between quiet and anticipation. Night came fast after sunset, like someone had pulled a curtain across the mountain instead of easing the light away. The clouds never fully broke, but they thinned just enough to let the moon stain everything a dull, metallic gray. I turned on the tower lights sparingly, aware that anything brighter would turn me to a beacon. Out here, light didn't feel comforting. It felt declarative. I logged the final weather reading of the day with shaking hands. Temperature dropping, wind calm, visibility poor. I hesitated before writing anything else. The official log felt too permanent, too exposed. I closed it and pushed it aside. The mirrors caught my eye again. They reflected darkness now, angled just right to show slices of forest I couldn't see directly from the windows. I remembered the handwritten rule and forced myself not to touch them. It wasn't superstition that stopped me. It was the memory of how the air, when I'd adjusted them earlier, like something had leaned closer in response. I ate dinner standing up listening. The forest wasn't silent anymore. It wasn't loud either. There was a low, inconsistent murmur drifting up the slope, almost too faint to register. Wind, maybe. Leaves rubbing together. Except the sound didn't rise and fall naturally. It moved laterally, sliding from one side of the clearing to the other, like something pacing just beyond the light. At 8:11 p.m., the radio clicked on by itself. No call sign. No voice. Just open air and a faint, rhythmic interference that didn't match static. It sounded closer to breathing. I reached for the handset, then froze. The sound stopped the instant my fingers brushed the plastic. I waited. Counted my breaths. The radio stayed dead. I told myself it was a power fluctuation. Solar systems do weird things at night. I wrote it down in my notebook anyway. My handwriting tight and slanted. I didn't want to forget the exact time. The footsteps started again shortly after. This time, they didn't circle the tower. They stopped directly beneath me. I could tell by the way the sound traveled up the metal supports, vibrating through the floor. Whoever, or whatever, was down there wasn't moving. It was standing still, weight settled, waiting. I leaned toward the trapdoor and listened harder than I should have. The steps didn't resume. No gravel shift. No branch snap. Just that oppressive stillness, like the mountain was holding its breath. I backed away and sat against the far wall, eyes fixed on the hatch. Minutes passed, then more. My legs cramped. I didn't move. At 9:02 p.m., something touched the ladder. Not climbed it, just made contact. A slow, deliberate pressure against the lowest rung, testing it. The metal creaked softly in response. I swallowed hard. "Ranger Station," I said aloud, voice thin. "This is Evan Holloway. Identify yourself." Silence. The pressure increased. The ladder flexed. I grabbed the radio and keyed the mic. "Dispatch, do you copy? I have someone at the base of the tower." The radio hissed, then answered, but not with the voice I expected. "Watching," it said. The word was distorted, stretched just enough to make it sound wrong, like it had been pulled through a narrow space before reaching me. I dropped the handset. It clattered against the desk and kept transmitting, open mic humming with that same low interference. The pressure on the ladder vanished. I lunged forward and shut the radio off completely, twisting the power knob until it clicked. The sudden silence felt unreal, like my ears hadn't caught up yet. I didn't hear footsteps retreating. I didn't hear anything at all. Eventually, the tension eased just enough for me to move again. I closed the trapdoor and slid the bolt into place, even though I knew it wouldn't stop much if something really wanted in. The action was more for me than for safety. I checked the mirrors without touching them, leaning at odd angles to see what they showed. One of them reflected the tree line directly north of the tower, a section I knew well from the map. But the reflection didn't match my memory. The spacing between the trunks was wrong. The slope looked steeper, and there was a dark vertical shape standing where there shouldn't have been anything at all. It wasn't human-shaped. Not exactly. It was too tall, too narrow, like a shadow past its natural limits. It didn't move, but the darkness around it seemed denser, as if light avoided that specific outline. I pulled back, heart racing, and checked the window that faced the same direction. There was nothing there. When I looked back at the mirror, the shape was gone. I backed away slowly and forced myself to sit down, hands pressed flat against my thighs. I told myself reflections can distort things. Angles lie. Low light plays tricks. But I couldn't shake the feeling that the mirror hadn't been showing me something that was present. It had been showing me something that was aware. The footsteps returned after that, but not below the tower. They moved through the forest itself, tracing a wide circle that expanded and contracted, like a search pattern. Sometimes they faded almost completely, only to reappear on the opposite side of the clearing without crossing the space between. At 11:38 p.m., the clouds finally broke. Moonlight flooded the clearing, sharp and cold. The mountain looked stripped bare, every rock and stump thrown into harsh relief. I stood at the window, scanning the tree line, desperate for anything that looked normal. That was when I realized the mirrors had changed again. Not their angle, their reflection. Instead of showing the forest, they showed the tower. From the outside, every mirror reflected a different side, as if someone were standing at various around the clearing, observing the structure from multiple angles at once. I could see myself in one of them, a pale shape moving inside the lit windows, small and contained. I wasn't touching them. I wasn't moving them. The mountain was. A sudden, overwhelming certainty settled over me then. The rule about the mirrors wasn't about safety or maintenance. It was about consent. The mountain didn't mind being watched, as long as it decided how. The radio clicked on again, despite being powered off. This time, the voice was clearer. "Do not adjust," it said. "We are already looking." I backed away until I hit the wall, breath coming fast and shallow. Outside, the footsteps stopped completely. The mountain had finished its inspection, and whatever came next, I knew it wouldn't be as patient. Because now understood that I understood. Understanding something doesn't make it easier to survive. It just removes your excuses. After the radio spoke, the mountain went quiet in a way that felt final, like a door closing somewhere far below me. The footsteps didn't return. The pressure in the air didn't ease, but it stabilized. As if the situation had reached an agreement. I hadn't been invited to negotiate. I stayed awake because sleep felt like surrender. Midnight came and went without ceremony. The clock still worked. Time still moved. That almost made it worse. Whatever was happening didn't break reality. It fit inside it. Cleanly. Efficiently. I sat on the floor with my back against the wall. Eyes on the mirrors. They no longer showed the tower from the outside. They showed forest again, but not the forest as I knew it. The trees were closer together, their silhouettes overlapping in ways that ignored perspective. The ground sloped upward too steeply, like the land had been folded. And slowly, so slowly I almost missed it, the reflections began to shift. Not the mirrors. What they reflected. The forest in the glass moved independently of the forest outside the windows. Branches bent without wind. Shadows lengthened and shortened, as if testing different shapes. I could feel a subtle pressure in my ears. The way altitude changes sometimes announce themselves before your body catches up. At 12:26 a.m., the mountain watched back. I don't mean metaphorically. One of the reflections gained depth. Not clarity, depth. The space between the trees seemed to recede, opening into something farther than it should have been. And in that space, something adjusted its position, like an eye focusing. I broke the rule. I stood up and reached for the nearest mirror. The moment my fingers touched the metal frame, the pressure snapped. The tower shuddered violently, a sharp, sudden movement that rattled every bolt and pane of glass. I was thrown backward, hitting the floor hard enough to knock the air out of my lungs. Outside, the forest erupted in sound. Branches cracking, gravel skittering, something heavy moving fast through undergrowth. The mirror didn't change angle. The reflection did. It showed the clearing below the tower, empty except for one thing, a wide, flattened impression in the gravel, as if something massive had been standing there for a long time and had just stepped away. The radio screamed to life. Not words. Not static. A layered noise, like dozens of signals overlapping, compressed into a single channel. I scrambled across the floor and shut it off again, then yanked the power cable free entirely. The noise didn't stop immediately. It faded reluctantly, like it didn't want to let go. Outside, the sound of movement accelerated. Whatever had been patient before wasn't anymore. I crawled to the window and looked out. The moonlight showed the forest in brutal detail. Trees swayed, but not in unison. Something moved between them, displacing branches without fully revealing itself. I caught glimpses of motion that didn't resolve into a shape. Just absence, like a gap where the world should have been. It circled the tower once, twice, each pass closer than the last. The mirrors began to vibrate softly, humming in a frequency I felt in my teeth. I understood then that they weren't passive tools. They were interfaces. Ways for the mountain to observe itself through us, to map its own awareness using borrowed eyes. By adjusting them, I'd disrupted that process. I'd looked where I wasn't meant to. The ladder rattled. Not from someone climbing it. From something leaning against the tower's supports, transferring weight, testing load, bearing limits the way an engineer might. The structure groaned in protest. Bolts shrieked. The sound echoed down the slope, swallowed by the trees. I knew the tower wouldn't collapse. These things are built to withstand wind, storms, seismic stress. They aren't built for resentment. I did the only thing that made sense. I apologized. I didn't know, I said. Voice cracking. I won't touch them again. I won't watch. I'll log what I'm supposed to and nothing else. The forest went still. The pressure eased slightly, enough for me to breathe again. The vibration in the mirrors softened, settling into a low, almost imperceptible tremor. Then the mountain answered. Not with a voice, with alignment. The mirrors shifted on their own, metal squealing as decades-old joints move without visible force. They angled away from the tower, away from the clearing, redirecting their gaze outward, toward distant ridges, empty sky, anywhere but here. The reflection of the folded forest vanished. The impression in the gravel smoothed itself out, stone and dirt sliding back into place as if gently erased. Branches settled. Shadows returned to where they belonged. The radio stayed silent. At 4:58 a.m., the first hint of dawn touched the eastern peaks. Light crept back into the world cautiously, as if checking to see whether it was allowed. The mountain accepted it without resistance. Whatever awareness had been focused on me withdrew, diffusing back into rock, soil, root, and slope. By the time the sun cleared the ridge, the forest looked ordinary again. Too ordinary. I didn't leave the tower until I heard a truck on the service road, just after 7 a.m. 2 rangers stepped out, their movements brisk, professional, carefully casual. They asked how my first night had been. I told them the truth. I said it had been quiet. They nodded, exchanging a look I couldn't interpret. One of them checked the mirrors without touching them, confirming their alignment. Satisfied, he made a note in his clipboard. Before they left, the older ranger paused at the ladder. "You did fine," he said. "Most people don't." I asked him what happens to the ones who don't. He looked up at the tower, then out at the mountain beyond it. "They keep watching," he said. "From places we don't log." I didn't stay the season. I quit that afternoon, citing personal reasons. No one argued. No one tried to convince me otherwise. The paperwork moved too smoothly, like the decision had already been accounted for. But here's the part that still wakes me up at night. Even now, far from that ridge, far from that tower, I sometimes feel it, the sense of being observed from every direction at once. Not malicious, not curious, attentive. Because mountains don't stop watching when you leave. They just remember how you looked at them. And they know exactly how to look back. My name is Marcus Raid, and I've been stationed alone in a fire lookout tower for 3 months. That's how I've learned to start telling this story. Because once people hear my name and the job title, they assume they know what kind of tale this will be. They picture quiet sunsets, binoculars, a radio crackling once in a while. They picture boredom. They don't picture fear, because fear isn't part of the training manual. The first rule they taught me was simple and drilled into my head during orientation: report smoke. Not fire, smoke. If you see it, you log the bearing, estimate the distance, call it in. You don't assume. You don't wait. You report smoke. They never told me what to do when the smoke doesn't behave like smoke is supposed to. The tower sits on a bald ridge in the middle of a national forest that stretches farther than you can walk in a week. No roads close by. No cell signal. Just a narrow access trail and a helicopter pad that only gets used at the beginning and end of the season. I work alone. That's normal. You get used to the silence, the way the wind talks to the windows, the way the forest hums when the sun gets high. After 3 months, the quiet feels like part of your body. The day it happened started like every other shift. I woke up just before dawn, made coffee on the propane stove, and stepped out onto the catwalk to check visibility. The air was clear. Wind steady from the west, light but consistent. I logged the weather, checked my radio, and spent the morning scanning the tree line through binoculars, sweeping slowly, methodically, nothing out of the ordinary. No lightning strikes overnight. No distant haze, just green and shadow. Around late morning, I saw the first hint of it. A thin gray rising from the trees to the southeast. At first I thought it was fog lifting from a low pocket. the kind that burns off once the sun hits it. I watched for a full minute before even reaching for the binoculars. Fog spreads. Smoke rises. This was rising. I put the binoculars up and focused. The column was narrow, too narrow, like a cigarette trail against the sky. It rose straight up for maybe 50 feet, then flattened and thinned. No visible flame. No discoloration at the base. Still, the rule is the rule. I grabbed the map, marked the bearing, estimated distance, and called it in over the radio. Dispatch acknowledged, told me to keep eyes on it, and asked for updates if it changed. That should have been the end of it. Smoke gets checked. Sometimes it's a campfire. Sometimes it's nothing. That's part of the job. I went back to watching. 10 minutes later, the wind shifted slightly. I could feel it through the open window. A gentle push from west to east. Leaves below responded. The treetops leaned. But the smoke didn't. It didn't drift with the wind. It bent the other way, angling back toward the ridge, toward me. I told myself it was perspective. Distance messes with your eyes. I adjusted the binoculars, checked the windsock hanging off the catwalk. West to east, steady. The smoke leaned east to west. I called it in again, reported the behavior. There was a pause on the line this time. Dispatch asked me to confirm wind direction. I did. They asked me to describe the smoke. I told them it was thin, gray, consistent, no visible source of flame. Another pause. Then they said they'd send a ground crew to investigate and told me to keep observing. That was when the smoke started moving. Not drifting. Not spreading. Moving. The base of the column slid laterally through the trees, slow but deliberate. Like something dragging a brush across the forest floor. It didn't dissipate as it moved. It stayed intact, rising from a new point every few seconds, abandoning the old one. There was no break, no gap, just a continuous relocation. I leaned closer to the glass, heart starting to beat harder than it should. Fires don't walk. Campfires don't migrate uphill against the wind. Even controlled burns behave predictably. This wasn't behaving. This was following the contour of the land, climbing. I reported again, my voice tighter now. Dispatch asked me if I was feeling okay. That stung more than I expected. I told them I was fine and repeated what I was seeing. They said the ground crew was en route, but it would take time. The forest is big, and access is limited. The smoke kept coming, by early afternoon. It was close enough that I could see individual tendrils curling out from the trees. Still no flames. No glow. Just smoke thickening slightly, darkening at the core. It moved in short bursts, pausing, then shifting again, always uphill, always toward the tower. I shut the windows and stepped back, suddenly aware of how exposed the tower felt. 4 walls, glass on all sides, standing alone above the trees. I'd never been afraid up there before. Height usually gives you distance, perspective. That day, it felt like a spotlight. The radio crackled again. Dispatch told me the ground crew hadn't found anything yet. No fire. No campers. No smoke visible from their position. They asked me to confirm my bearing again. I did. And as I spoke, the smoke reached the base of the ridge. It should have spread out there. Terrain changes disrupt airflow. Instead, it gathered, pooling thick and low, like it was waiting. The wind pushed leaves and branches through it, but the smoke held its shape, resisting, coiling in on itself. That was when I noticed the smell. It wasn't the sharp, biting scent of wildfire smoke. It was dull, heavy, almost sweet, like wet ash mixed with something organic. It seeped through the sealed windows anyway, faint but unmistakable. I covered my mouth with my sleeve and felt a wave of unease roll through me that had nothing to do with fire danger. I remember thinking, very clearly, that no one had trained me for this. There was no checkbox on the incident report for smoke that acts like it knows where you are. I watched as the smoke began to climb the final stretch toward the tower, moving faster now, as if the slope made it eager. My radio stayed silent. The forest below went unnaturally still. Birds gone quiet. Wind still blowing but sounding wrong, muffled. The last thing I logged before the smoke reached the tree line directly beneath the tower was the time. 3:17 p.m. same day. Same shift. Same rule. Report smoke. By the time the smoke reached the trees directly below the tower, it was no longer pretending to be distant. I could see it clearly now without binoculars, thick strands rolling through the understory like slow water. The wind's sock still pointed east, snapping lightly, but the smoke ignored it completely. It climbed straight up the slope, hugging the ground, then lifting in short pulses, as if it needed to breathe between movements. I locked the trapdoor out of instinct, even though there was no reason to. Nothing climbs a fire lookout tower except people and the occasional curious bird. Still, the sound of the latch sliding into place gave me a thin sense of control, like pressing a finger against a bleeding cut. I radioed dispatch again. My voice shook despite my effort to keep it steady. I told them the smoke was now directly under the tower, that it was pooling and rising vertically. I told them about the smell. This time there was no suggestion that I might be mistaken. Dispatch went quiet for several seconds, then told me to stay inside and conserve air. They said the ground crew was pulling back, and that air support was being requested. Air support doesn't get requested for smoke without fire. I asked them what they wanted me to do if the smoke reached the tower. There was another pause, longer this time. When dispatch answered, they told me to monitor conditions and prioritize my safety. It was a non-answer, and we both knew it. The first tendrils reached the catwalk minutes later. I watched through the glass as gray fingers slid up between the metal supports, curling around the legs of the tower. They didn't billow or disperse the way smoke normally does when it hits open air. They wrapped. They clung. The catwalk disappeared in patches, then reappeared as the smoke shifted, never leaving entirely. The smell intensified. It wasn't choking. Not yet, but it pressed into my sinuses and settled there. My eyes watered. I pulled on my emergency mask, the one meant for actual fires, and tightened the straps until they hurt. The air inside the tower felt warmer, heavier, like pressure building. Below me, the forest stayed silent. Then I heard the sound. At first it was so faint I thought it was radio interference. A low, rhythmic noise, barely audible over the wind brushing the windows. I lifted my head and held my breath. The sound repeated, clearer this time. A soft whoosh, followed by a pause. Then another whoosh. It was breathing. I told myself that was ridiculous. Smoke doesn't breathe. Forests don't breathe like that. But the timing was wrong for wind, too regular, too deliberate. Each pulse of sound matched the way the smoke thickened and thinned around the tower's base, as if something below was drawing air in and pushing it out through the trees. I backed away from the windows and checked the radio again. Static. I tried switching channels. More static. I called dispatch by name. Nothing came back but a low hiss. That was when the smoke reached the windows. It didn't slam against the glass or rush upward. It rose slowly, level by level, like floodwater filling a room. I watched the world outside disappear inch by inch, the forest fading into a uniform gray. The sunlight dimmed, filtered through the smoke until the tower interior took on a dull, amber tone. The breathing sound grew louder. I pressed myself against the center of the room, away from the windows, heart hammering. My training kept trying to assert itself, cycling through procedures that no longer applied. There was no evacuation route, no safe zone. The helicopter pad below was completely obscured now. Even if air support arrived, they wouldn't be able to see the tower. The smoke stopped rising just below the roofline, hovering there, thick and unmoving. For a moment, everything was still. No sound, no movement. I dared to hope it had stalled. Then the glass fogged. Not from temperature change. From the inside. A thin film spread across the windows, starting at the edges and creeping inward, as if something on the other side was pressing close enough to warm the glass. I could see vague shapes forming in the fog. Darker patches where the smoke thickened. A shape past one window, slow and tall, stretching upward beyond the frame. It blocked what little light remained, casting the interior into deeper shadow. I couldn't make out details, only the sense of mass, of something vertical and intentional. I sank to the floor, back against the map table, knees pulled to my chest. My radio crackled suddenly, making me flinch hard enough to bite my tongue. Dispatch's voice came through, distorted and weak. They asked for a status update. I told them everything at once. The movement, the sound, the shape. My words tumbled over each other, panic bleeding through despite my efforts. When I finished, there was nothing on the line for several seconds. Then dispatch said my name. They told me to listen carefully. They said there were no fires reported anywhere near my sector. No lightning strikes. No thermal anomalies on satellite. They said air support was grounded because visibility had dropped unexpectedly across the entire ridge line. They said something else had been reported too. Multiple towers miles apart were calling in smoke. All of it was moving uphill. All of it was ignoring the wind. The breathing sound returned, louder now, surrounding the tower from every direction. The smoke pressed closer to the glass, the fogging thick enough that I couldn't see out at all. One of the windows creaked softly, metal frame protesting under pressure that shouldn't have been there. I asked dispatch what they wanted me to do. This time, they didn't answer right away. When they finally spoke, their voice was low, controlled in a way that scared me more than panic would have. They told me to stay inside the tower until further notice. They told me not to go down. They told me, very clearly, not to open the door, no matter what I heard. As if on cue, something brushed against the underside of the tower. A slow scrape of metal on wood, deliberate, testing. The breathing sound synchronized with it, closer than before. I stared at the trapdoor, at the thin seams of light around its edges, and understood with sick clarity that the smoke hadn't climbed the ridge by accident. It had followed me. The scraping beneath the tower stopped as suddenly as it had started. The breathing sound faded with it, pulling back into the smoke like a tide receding. For a few seconds, there was nothing at all. No wind noise. No radio static. Just the dull thud of my heartbeat in my ears, and the soft hiss of my own breath inside the mask. I stayed exactly where I was on the floor, afraid that any movement would announce me. My eyes kept returning to the trapdoor, to the faint outline where it met the floor. Smoke leaked through the seams now, thin and lazy, curling into the room like it had all the time in the world. The radio crackled again. Dispatch asked if I was still there. I answered immediately, my voice hoarse. I told them the noise had stopped, that something had touched the tower. I asked if air support was coming. They didn't answer that question. Instead, they asked me if the smoke had entered the cabin yet. I looked around. The interior air was still mostly clear, but the smell was stronger than ever. I told them it was starting to seep in. Dispatch told me to listen carefully and follow their instructions exactly. They said this next part was important. They told me that several decades ago, before my tower was built, there had been an incident on that ridge. A controlled burn that went wrong. Conditions shifted too fast. A crew got trapped uphill from their escape route. The official report said the smoke overtook them before the fire did. No remains were ever recovered. The forest reclaimed the site before investigators could reach it. I asked why they were telling me this now. They said because every time conditions matched that day closely enough, the same reports came in. Moving smoke. No flames. Uphill behavior. Always on clear weather days. Always ending before nightfall. And always centered on a lookout tower. I told them I didn't understand. Dispatch said neither did anyone else, but the pattern was consistent. The smoke never burned anything. No trees charred. No ground scorched. It just moved, lingered, and then vanished. And every time, there was a lookout on duty who came out of the tower wrong. That word stuck with me. Wrong. I asked them to explain what that meant. Dispatch hesitated, then said that some lookouts reported memory gaps. Some quit on the spot. A few insisted they'd heard voices in the smoke, calling them by name, asking for help. One walked down the stairs against orders, and was found hours later, standing in the trees, unresponsive, lungs clear. I glanced again at the trapdoor, at the handle within arm's reach. Smoke curled thicker around it now, as if drawn to the opening. I realized with a cold clarity that the smoke wasn't trying to suffocate me. It was waiting. The breathing sound returned, closer than before, accompanied by something else. A faint tapping, irregular, metallic. It took me a moment to realize it was coming from the ladder beneath the trapdoor. Something was moving up it, slowly, carefully, testing each rung. Dispatch told me to stay on the line and keep talking. They said silence made it worse. I started describing the room out loud, naming objects like I was inventorying my own sanity. Map table, cot, stove, windows, radio. My voice trembled, but it didn't break. The tapping stopped just beneath the trapdoor. Then I heard my name. It came through the smoke, muffled but unmistakable. My voice. My exact tone. Calm. Familiar. It said my name like someone trying not to startle a wild animal. I froze. Dispatch heard it too. I could tell by the sharp intake of breath on the end of the radio. They told me not to respond. They told me not to acknowledge it. They told me it would try to sound helpful. The voice spoke again, closer now, right beneath the trapdoor. It said it was hard to breathe down there. It said it needed help. It said the smoke was getting thicker. Every instinct I had screamed to open the door, to do something, anything. Training warred with empathy, with the deeply human reflex to respond to someone in distress. I clenched my fists until my nails bit into my palms and stayed silent. The voice changed tactics. It said the fire was spreading. It said dispatch was wrong. It said the tower wasn't safe. It said if I stayed, I'd choke. It said it knew a way down the ridge where the air was clear. The tapping resumed, faster now, impatient. The trapdoor shuddered slightly as something pressed against it from below. Smoke poured through the seams in thicker waves, filling the room up to my ankles. The breathing sound grew ragged, strained, like whatever was down there was running out of time. Dispatch raised their voice, sharp and commanding. They told me to put on my harness. I told them I already had. They told me to clip into the anchor point by the map table. I did, my hands shaking so badly it took 2 tries. They told me the smoke event would end at sunset. It always did. They told me I just had to stay put until then. I asked them how much time that was. They said 17 minutes. The voice below the trapdoor screamed my name. Not calmly anymore. Not kindly. It screamed like someone in pain, like someone desperate. The ladder rattled violently as something threw its weight against it. The trapdoor bowed inward, metal creaking, screws whining under pressure that shouldn't have been possible. I screamed too, begging Dispatch to tell me what was happening, what that thing was. Dispatch didn't answer. They just kept telling me to hold on, to stay clipped in, to keep my eyes on the horizon. I forced myself to look out one of the windows. The smoke outside was thinning, just slightly. The light had shifted, turning warmer, longer. Late afternoon edging toward evening. The pressure on the trapdoor eased. The voice stopped mid-sentence. The breathing sound faded, stretched out, and then disappeared entirely. Within minutes, the smoke began to drain away from the tower, sliding downhill like water finding its level. The air cleared in uneven patches, sunlight breaking through. The smell lingered, but the weight lifted. By the time the sun touched the tree line, the ridge was visible again, green and untouched. I stayed clipped in until Dispatch told me it was over. They asked if I was hurt. I said no. They asked if I could still hear anything. I said no. They told me a helicopter was en route to extract me before nightfall. As they spoke, I noticed something on the inside of the trapdoor. Sooty fingerprints pressed up from below. Human-shaped. Almost. When the helicopter arrived, the pilot refused to land until I stepped out onto the catwalk and waved. He said later that from the air, the tower had looked empty. I never went back up after that day. Officially, I resigned due to stress. Unofficially, Dispatch marked my tower inactive and sealed the trail. Sometimes, when the wind shifts just right, I still smell that smoke. And every time I do, I remember the rule they taught me first. Report smoke. They still haven't told me what to do when it answers back. My name is Caleb Turner, and I am assigned to Fire Lookout Tower 17B. A steel, framed structure bolted into the structure of a mountain most people have never heard of and never will. From my tower, I can see miles of forest in every direction. Dark green in daylight, black and endless once the sun slips behind the ridge. I took this job because I wanted isolation. I wanted silence. I wanted a place where the rules were simple and the dangers were known. You watch for smoke. You log weather. You call in anything unusual. That's it. I've been here long enough to know what belongs in the woods and what doesn't. Lightning storms roll in from the west. Deer move in small groups at dawn. Coyotes sing at night. Sometimes distant hikers break the rules and pitch illegal fires. But they're rare, and they're never subtle. You see the glow, you report it. Rangers handle the rest. Last night wasn't like that. The sun went down at 7:41 p.m. I remember because I logged it automatically. The way I always do, pen scratching against the same clipboard I've used for weeks. The air was still, No wind, no storm systems on the radar. Visibility was perfect. One of those nights where a forest looks close enough to touch, like the dark is only a thin layer laid over something awake. At 8:12 p.m., I spotted the first campfire. It was small, controlled. A steady orange flicker about 7 miles northeast, just beyond a line of old, growth pine. My first thought was annoyance. Illegal campers again. I reached for the binoculars, already rehearsing the report in my head. Then I noticed the second fire. Southeast. Farther out. Smaller, but distinct. Same color, same steady burn. I frowned and checked the map pinned beside my desk. There are no campsites in this sector. Not legal ones. Not abandoned ones. Not even official clearings people pass down through word of mouth. The nearest designated site is over 50 miles away, beyond terrain that would take days to cross on foot. I told myself they were flare reflections, or lightning bugs, or my eyes adjusting. Then I saw the third, and the fourth. By 8:30 p.m., I had counted 7 campfires. They weren't clustered. They weren't following trails or rivers. They were spaced evenly, scattered across the forest like someone had laid them out deliberately. Each one burned quietly. No sparks. No movement. No silhouettes crossing in front of them. I radioed base. Static answered first. Then a voice, thin and distant, like it was traveling uphill through mud. Tower 17B confirm. I gave my name. My location. I reported the fires, careful to keep my voice neutral. Calm. Professional. There was a pause on the line. Can you confirm number? The dispatcher asked. I raised the binoculars again. 10, I said, and then corrected myself. No. 11. The radio crackled softly. I imagined someone on the other end, pulling up maps, frowning at screens, checking the same facts I already knew. There are no authorized camps in that radius, the dispatcher said finally. I know, I replied. Any signs of movement? No. Another pause. Continue observation. We'll escalate if needed. The line went dead. By 9:00 p.m., there were 13 campfires. I wrote the number down twice, hard enough that the pen tore the paper. 13 separate points of light, all visible from my tower, all burning at once. No smoke plumes. No flickering shadows. Just steady flames in impossible places. I checked the wind. Nothing. I checked the weather feed. Clear. I checked my own reflection in the window, just to make sure I was awake. At 9:17 p.m., one of the fires went out. Not slowly. Not fading. It vanished like someone had flipped a switch. A minute later, another went dark. Then another. I stood at the window, binoculars hanging uselessly at my chest, watching the lights disappear one by one. Each time a fire vanished, the darkness behind it felt deeper, heavier, like something stepping forward to fill the space. By 9:26 p.m., only one remained. It was closer than the others. Much closer. I didn't remember seeing it there before. The distance markers on the map told me it was less than 2 miles from the tower, in a stretch of forest so dense even ground patrols avoid it. No trails. No clearings. No reason for anyone to be there. The fire didn't flicker. It pulsed. Slowly. Rhythmically. Dimming, brightening again, like it was breathing. I raised the binoculars with shaking hands and focused as tightly as I could. There was no wood, no pit, no ring of stones. The flame hovered just above the forest floor, unsupported, perfectly contained. Beneath it, the ground looked wrong, flattened, smooth, like something heavy had pressed down again and again in the same spot. Then, very carefully, the flame shifted. It moved. Not carried by wind. Not spreading. It leaned. angled upward, toward the tower. I stepped back from the window, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my teeth. I reached for the radio again, fingers clumsy, breath coming too fast. Before I could press the button, the fire went out. The forest went completely dark. And from somewhere below the tower, from the direction of the access trail that no one was supposed to be on, I heard the faint, unmistakable sound of footsteps. Slow, deliberate, and moving uphill. I didn't move for a long time after the fire went out. The darkness outside the tower felt heavier than normal, like it had weight, like it was pressing up against the glass. The forest that usually breathed with night sounds had gone unnaturally quiet. No insects, no wind in the branches. Even the distant coyotes had gone silent, as if the woods itself was holding its breath. Then the footsteps came again. Slow, careful, measured. They were coming from the access trail that wends up the mountain toward the tower. The same trail I used once a week to resupply with water and canned food. It's steep, narrow, and loud. Anyone climbing it makes noise whether they want to or not. These footsteps didn't. I leaned closer to the window, pressing my forehead against the cold glass. My eyes strained to pick out movement below, but the trees swallowed everything. The tower's floodlight was still off. We're instructed not to use it unless absolutely necessary. It messes with visibility and can attract wildlife. Or people. The footsteps stopped. I waited. My hands were trembling now, my pulse ticking loudly in my ears. I told myself it was a ranger responding to my report. That base hadn't bothered to radio back. That protocol sometimes failed. Then the radio crackled. Not a full transmission. Just a brief burst of static, followed by something that almost sounded like breathing. I grabbed it instantly. Tower 17B to base, I said. I have movement near the tower. Please confirm if personnel are in my sector. Silence. I tried again, slower this time. Base. This is Caleb Turner. Do you copy? The radio answered with a soft, uneven hiss. No voice. No confirmation. I set the radio down gently. Like sudden movement might make things worse. The rules never covered what to do when communication failed during a potential security incident. Fire lookouts aren't law enforcement. We observe, we report. We wait. Something scraped against the metal stairs beneath the tower. It was faint, but unmistakable. The dull vibration traveling up through the steel supports into the floor beneath my boots. Someone, or something, had reached the base. I backed away from the window and locked the trapdoor leading to the stairs. My breath came out in short bursts. I hadn't realized I was holding it. The tower creaked softly as the mountain wind shifted, but there were no footsteps on the stairs. No climbing. Just stillness. I checked my watch. 9:38 p.m. Only 20 minutes had passed since the last fire went out. I forced myself to breathe evenly and approached the window again, this time angling the binoculars downward. The base of the tower came into view, steel legs anchored into concrete pads, surrounded by brush and shadow. Nothing was there. No person. No animal. No movement. Then I noticed the ground. The dirt around the tower looked disturbed, flattened and wide. Shallow impressions that didn't resemble footprints. There were no heel marks. No toe shapes. Just smooth depressions, as if something heavy had leaned there for a long time. The radio crackled again. This time, a voice came through. Caleb. It was faint, distorted, but it said my name. I froze. Base. I asked immediately. There was a pause, filled with static and something else. An uneven sound that reminded me of wind pushing through a narrow space. Caleb, the voice said again. Slower this time. You see them too. My stomach dropped. That's not funny, I said, my voice tighter than I wanted it to be. Identify yourself. Another pause. You counted wrong, the voice replied. I stared at the radio. I counted 13, I said. Confirm your ID. Static surged louder now, biting at my ears. There were 14. The transmission cut off. I backed away from the radio like it had burned me. There is no scenario where base would say that. None. Fire lookouts don't play games. Dispatchers don't speculate. They don't hint. They don't whisper. I looked back out the window. A light had appeared in the forest again. Not where the others had been. Closer, much closer. It wasn't a fire this time. It was dimmer, whiter, like a lantern held behind fog. It hovered just above the ground, swaying gently, drifting through the trees toward the tower in a slow, deliberate path. I flipped on the floodlight. The beam cut through the darkness in a harsh cone of white, illuminating the access trail and the surrounding brush. The light in the forest vanished instantly. But something else was revealed. The ground beneath the tower was covered in tracks. Not footprints. Paths. Wide, smooth trails pressed into the dirt, all converging at the base of the structure from different directions. 13 of them. And one more, fresher than the rest, leading away. Back into the forest. I shut off the floodlight immediately, my hands slick with sweat. The tower felt suddenly too exposed. Too high, too visible. At 9:52 p.m., something tapped against the metal siding. Once, twice, 3 times. Not hard. Not aggressive. Patient. The tapping moved slowly around the tower, circling it, keeping a consistent distance. Each tap landed with the same pressure, the same rhythm, like it was measuring the structure, memorizing it. I sank to the floor, back against the wall, eyes fixed on the trapdoor. The tapping stopped. Silence returned, thicker than before. Then, from directly beneath the tower, a voice spoke. It didn't shout, it didn't whisper. It spoke clearly, calmly, and with absolute certainty. Caleb Turner, it said. Your fire is out. I didn't answer the voice. Every instinct I had told me that responding would be a mistake. Whatever was down there already knew my name. It knew my job. It knew the rules. Answering it would only confirm something I wasn't ready to admit. I stayed still, counting my breaths, listening. Nothing moved beneath the tower. No footsteps. No tapping. Just the faint hum of the wind brushing against the steel legs. I checked my watch again. 9:58 p.m. Less than an hour since I'd first seen the fires. My radio came to life without warning. This time there was no static. No distortion. Tower 17B, this is base. The dispatcher's voice sounded normal. Too normal. Relief hit me so fast it made my knees weak. Base, I said, almost choking on the word. I have something outside the tower. I lost visual. I need confirmation of personnel in my sector immediately. There was a short pause. Caleb, the dispatcher replied. There are no units assigned anywhere near your location. My grip tightened on the radio. Then who just spoke to me? I asked. Who called my name? Silence stretched longer this time. Finally, the dispatcher spoke again, quieter now. No one from base contacted you after your initial report. A chill crawled up my spine. There were 13 fires, I said. They surrounded the tower. Another pause. Caleb, the dispatcher said carefully. There are no recorded heat signatures in your sector. I stared at the window. But I saw them. I whispered. Well, no, the dispatcher replied. My heart skipped. You know, we've had reports like this before, she said. Rare ones. Always from isolated towers. Always on clear nights. I waited, afraid of what would come next. Did the fires go out one by one? She asked. Yes. Did one stay behind? Yes. Did it move closer? My throat tightened. Yes. The radio crackled softly, as if someone else was listening. Caleb, the dispatcher said, listen to me very carefully. Do not turn on the floodlight again. Do not acknowledge anything outside the tower. And under no circumstances should you. Something slammed into the tower. Not a tap. Not a scrape. A heavy, deliberate impact that shook the entire structure, rattling the windows and sending dust raining down from the ceiling. I shouted involuntarily, dropping the radio as I staggered back. The dispatcher's voice was swallowed by static. Another impact followed. Lower this time, against one of the support legs. The steel groaned in protest. Whatever was down there was strong. And there was more than one of it. I crawled to the window, peering down despite every warning in my head. The ground around the tower was no longer empty. 13 shapes stood just beyond the reach of the floodlight. They were tall. Too tall. Their outlines blurred at the edges, like heat distortion rising from asphalt. They didn't have defined features, just vertical forms tapering toward the top, each crowned with a faint, pulsing glow where a head should have been. Campfire light. The 14th shape stood closer than the rest. Directly beneath me. It lifted something slowly. A light bloomed in its grasp, brighter than the others, and for a brief moment I saw what it was holding. A lantern. An old one, metal and glass. The kind used decades ago, before electricity reached these mountains. Inside it burned a flame identical to the ones I'd seen earlier. The lantern tilted upward. The light washed over the tower. Every window flared white. And in that instant, I saw myself reflected 13 times in the glass. Each reflection standing in a different posture. Each one staring back at me with the same frozen expression. Except one. One reflection was smiling. The radio screeched back to life. Caleb. The dispatcher shouted, her voice distorted and urgent. If you can hear me, you need to listen. They aren't campers. They aren't people. They're markers. Markers for what? I yelled. For absence, she replied. For places where people disappeared without a trace. Another impact shook the tower. The shapes began to move. Not toward me. Away. One by one, they turned, their lantern, lights dimming as they drifted back into the forest, dissolving into darkness between the trees. The 14th lingered. It raised the lantern higher, and I saw something carved into the metal casing. A number, 17B. My tower. You were supposed to be empty, the voice beneath me said calmly. We counted wrong. The lantern went out. Darkness slammed back into place. I collapsed against the wall, gasping, every muscle locked tight. I don't know how long I stayed there, waiting for something else to happen. Nothing did. At 10:23 p.m., the dispatcher came back on the line. Caleb, she said gently. Are you still there? Yes, I whispered. A long breath came through the radio. Search teams will reach you at first light, she said. Until then, stay inside. Do not look outside again tonight. I didn't argue. Morning came slowly. Gray light creeping through the windows. Light was afraid of what it might find. When the Rangers arrived, they searched the entire area around the tower. They found no tracks, no disturbed soil, no lantern, no signs of fire. Just 13 shallow clearings in the forest, arranged in a wide circle, and one empty space in the center. I was reassigned that afternoon. Tower 7 Seaton B has been decommissioned. They say it's because of structural issues. But sometimes, late at night, when the air is still and the forest is quiet, I think about that last thing the voice said. Not that they were angry. Not that they were hunting. Just that they were counting. And eventually, they will want the number to be right. My name is Noah Grayson. I work nights at a remote fire lookout deep in the Rockies. The kind of place that doesn't show up on most maps and never gets casual visitors. Up here, the wind has a way of pressing against the windows, like it's trying to remember what warmth feels like. The radio crackles constantly, a low, restless hiss that never quite goes quiet. Most nights, it's just weather checks, lightning reports, the slow rhythm of routine. But sometimes, when I key the mic, the voice that answers already knows what I'm about to say. I took the night shift because I thought I understood isolation. I liked the idea of long hours alone. The forest stretched out below me like a dark ocean, every ridge and valley lit by starlight. The first weeks were peaceful. Too peaceful. You start to hear patterns in the wind, footsteps in your own breathing, and after a while you learn which sounds belong to the mountain and which don't. I trusted that instinct. That's why I still replay that night in my head, wondering where exactly I went wrong. It started just after dusk. The sky still holding on to a thin band of purple over the peaks. I was logging visibility when the radio cut through the static with a tight burst of sound. 2 hikers had checked in on the emergency frequency. That alone wasn't strange. Backpackers sometimes used it if they were pushing a route late. But these 2 sounded calm, almost cheerful. Experienced. They gave their names, confirmed their coordinates, and told me they were camping in an untracked section of the range, well off any established trail. They wanted to log an unusual find, nothing urgent. Just something they thought the service should know about. I asked them to repeat their location. When they did, my stomach tightened. That area was empty by design. No trails, no campsites. No reason for anyone to be there, unless they really knew what they were doing. They did. You could hear it in their voices. The easy confidence of people who had spent years moving through wild places. They described the evening light, the stillness, how the forest felt untouched and vast in a way that made you breathe slower. They sounded happy, at peace. Then they told me about the cache. They'd found it tucked beneath a natural rock overhang, invisible unless you knew where to look. Not a survival stash tossed together in a hurry, but something deliberate, meticulous. Everything inside was dry, clean, and carefully arranged. High-end gear, maintained obsessively. Dried food sealed and labeled by date. Extra boots repaired more times than they could count. Personal items, too. Comms, a cracked mirror, a notebook wrapped in oilcloth. It wasn't abandoned in the way most forgotten things are. It felt paused. I remember staring out the window, the tree line dark and dense below me as they talked. My training told me to ask practical questions. How old did it look? Any signs of recent use? They hesitated before answering, and that hesitation carried more weight than anything else they'd said. Everything looked ready, as if whoever owned it could come back at any moment and pick up right where they left off. They joked about stumbling onto someone's secret cabin without the cabin. but their laughter didn't quite land. I could hear something else creeping into their voices. Confusion edged with unease. A setup that perfect, that hidden, didn't make sense. Not as a temporary shelter. Not as something meant to be found. I told them to photograph everything, leave it undisturbed, and mark the location discreetly. Standard procedure. They agreed. One of them said they'd just take a quick look around before dark, then turn in for the night. That's when the first sound cut across the radio feed. At first, I thought it was interference. A low murmur beneath their breathing, like wind brushing against the mic. One of them paused mid-sentence. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Not to me, but to his partner. They went quiet, listening. I held my breath without realizing it. "It's probably nothing," the other said. "Just the trees." They tried to laugh it off, but the radio carried everything. The shift in their posture, the way their voices dropped. The sound came again, faint but distinct, like someone whispering from a distance. Not words. Not yet. Just the cadence of speech without the clarity. Almost conversational. I asked them to confirm their status. They answered immediately. A little too quickly. Everything was fine. They were just tired. Long day. I could tell they didn't believe that themselves. The forest around them had gone very still. No insects. No wind. In places that remote, silence isn't comforting. It's a warning. They decided to investigate, just enough to reassure themselves. I advised against splitting up. They didn't. Their footsteps crunched softly over gravel and pine needles as they moved, the radio swinging with each step. Every so often, the whisper returned. Closer now, threaded through the static. It almost sounded like it was matching their rhythm, their pace. Mimicking. One of them swore under his breath. He said the sound felt wrong, like it was aimed at them. Like someone was trying to remember how to talk. I told them to pull back, to return to camp and wait for daylight. I didn't raise my voice, but I didn't have to. Fear has its own frequency, and it carries. They stopped moving. The radio went quiet except for their breathing. Then, very clearly, something whispered again. This time, it sounded almost like a word. Almost like his name. Neither of them spoke for a long moment. When they did, it was in hushed tones. The way you talk when you're afraid of being overheard. They scanned the tree line, swept their headlamps across the dark, but saw nothing. No movement, no shape, just forest, endless and watchful. I logged every second. Timestamps, transcripts. My hands were steady, but my pulse wasn't. I'd spent enough nights alone to know when fear was contagious. It was spreading through the radio now, seeping into the tower with me. I told them again to retreat, to put distance between themselves and whatever they'd found. They agreed, finally. As they turned back toward camp, the whisper followed, soft and persistent, riding the static like it belonged there. That was when I realized something else. The radio crackled, and before one of them could speak, I already knew what he was about to say. The moment they started moving back toward camp, the tone of everything changed. You could hear it in their breathing first. Shorter, tighter, like the forest itself was pressing in on their lungs. Their headlamps swept in slow arcs, catching bark, stone, low brush. Nothing that explained the sound that kept sliding through the radio static. The whisper didn't grow louder exactly. It grew clearer, as if distance didn't matter to it at all. One of them tried to narrate what he was seeing, probably for his own comfort. He described the terrain, the slope, the way the trees crowded closer together, the farther they moved downslope. His voice kept drifting, losing focus, like he was struggling to stay anchored in the present. Every few sentences, he'd stop and listen. Each time, the whisper returned, timed perfectly to the silence, as though it understood turn-taking in a conversation. I told them to stop transmitting unless necessary. Radio discipline. Part of me hoped that if they went quiet, whatever was listening would lose interest. That was wishful thinking. The whisper didn't need the radio to exist. It used it. They reached the cache again without meaning to. That was the first truly wrong thing. They were certain they'd angled away from it, had deliberately chosen a different line of travel. But there it was, the rock overhang rising out of the dark, like a landmark that had moved to intercept them. Their voices overlapped as they argued about it, each insisting the other must have drifted off course. I checked their coordinates. They hadn't changed. Against my advice, they went back to the cache. Not out of curiosity this time, but because standing near it made the whisper recede, just a little. That detail stuck with me. Predators don't usually retreat from what they're guarding. They opened the oilcloth, wrapped notebook. I could hear the careful way they handled it. Pages separating slowly, like they were afraid the paper might react. One of them read aloud, voice barely above a murmur. The entries weren't dated in any normal way. Just tallies, days without numbers, notes about weather patterns, animal movements, edible plants. Over time, the handwriting changed, grew tighter, more efficient, language stripped down to essentials. Mentions of learning to stay still for hours, of breathing in time with the forest, of not thinking in words anymore, because words carried too far. There was a single loose page folded into the back. It talked about being watched before learning how to disappear, about realizing that the mountain didn't reject human presence. It absorbed it, reshaped it. The last line was simple. I am safer when I am not seen. The whisper came back as the page was unfolded. This time, it formed a phrase. Not loud, not aggressive. Just close enough to make the hair on my arms lift. It repeated a fragment from the page, mangled slightly, like a misremembered lyric. Both men heard it. They swore at the same time, voices sharp with panic now. They searched the surrounding trees with their lights. Slower than before, methodical despite the fear. No snapped branches, no footfalls. Nothing that suggested pursuit. And yet the sense of being observed intensified, thick and undeniable. I've talked to a lot of people in trouble over the radio. Lost hikers, injured climbers. You learn the sound of real fear. This was different. This was the sound of people realizing they were no longer alone in the way they understood aloneness. One of them found a photograph, tucked into a side pocket of the cache. He described it in detail, because he couldn't stop himself. A man standing at the edge of a tree line, smiling awkwardly at the camera. Clean clothes. Short hair. Someone you wouldn't look twice at in town. On the back, a date from years ago. Before, that word was written beneath it in the same tight script as the later notebook entries. The whisper reacted to the photograph. That's the only way I can describe it. It shifted, almost like it was correcting itself, then spoke again. This time, it used the name written on the back of the photo. They dropped it. I heard it hit the ground. One of them said they felt sick, like the sound had come from inside his head rather than outside it. I told them to leave everything. To go. To put as much distance between themselves and that place as possible. They didn't argue anymore. They moved fast, no longer caring about noise discipline. Branches snapped. Gravel slid under boots. Their breaths came in ragged gasps. The whisper followed, multiplying somehow, layering over itself, so it sounded like more than one voice trying to say the same thing. Sometimes it echoed their thoughts before they spoke them. Sometimes it went quiet, just long enough to make them think it was gone. At one point, one of them asked me if people could live out their long term without being detected. I answered honestly, it was possible. Rare, but possible. If someone learned the land well enough. If they stopped needing the things that made them visible. I didn't say what I was thinking. That the cache wasn't a shelter. It was a backup. A place you only returned to if something went wrong. Their camp came into view, a dim shape in the darkness. Relief flooded their voices, sharp and desperate. They started packing without coordination, hands shaking too badly to be precise. That's when the whisper moved closer than it ever had before. It stopped mimicking. It spoke clearly now, with a flat, practiced cadence. It asked why they were leaving. Neither of them answered. I don't think they could. The question wasn't accusatory. It sounded genuinely confused, like it didn't understand the concept of intrusion. Like this was its place, and they were the anomaly. They ran. I stayed on the radio the entire time, feeding them directions, grounding them in anything solid and real. Distances, bearings, elevation loss. My own voice sounded thin to my ears, stretched across miles of dark forest that suddenly felt very small. The whisper kept pace with them effortlessly, sometimes ahead, sometimes behind, never quite intersecting. Always there. Just before they dropped out of range, one final sound came through the radio. Not a whisper this time. A low, animal exhale, followed immediately by a perfect imitation of one of their voices saying my name. Then the signal cut to static. I sat alone in the tower. Radio hissing, forest silent below me, and knew with absolute certainty that whatever lived out there had learned something new that night. The radio stayed dead for almost 3 minutes after the signal dropped. In my line of work, 3 minutes can stretch into something enormous. I kept calling their call signs, steady and slow, forcing my voice to sound calm even as my mind ran through worst-case scenarios. Injury. Fall. Equipment failure. I told myself there were rational explanations. That fear had a way of warping perception. But the static answered me with the same restless hiss. And beneath it, I thought I could hear breathing that didn't belong to either of them. Then the radio cracked once more. They came back on in pieces, broken transmissions, clipped words, heavy breathing. They were moving downhill fast, off-route, not caring anymore about optimal paths or safety margins. One of them was bleeding from a fall. Not badly, but enough to smear red across his pant leg. The other kept saying the same sentence under his breath. Not into the mic, but close enough for me to hear it anyway. It's copying us. It's copying us. I locked into procedure. That's how you survive moments like that. I gave them bearings toward the nearest extraction point. A rough cut line miles away that might as well have been another country. I told them to keep moving, not to stop, not to respond to anything they heard. When panic surged in their voices, I anchored them to facts. Altitude, direction, time. The world reduced to numbers because numbers don't whisper back. The forest around them stayed wrong. They described it in fragments between breaths. No animal noise. No wind through the canopy. Even their own footsteps sounded muted. like the ground was absorbing the sound. The whisper returned intermittently, no longer constant, but strategic. It waited for moments when they slowed, when exhaustion crept in. Sometimes it spoke in short phrases lifted directly from the notebook. Sometimes it used their own voices, replaying things they'd said earlier in the night, perfectly timed to sow doubt. Once, it laughed, not loudly, not cruelly, just a soft exhale of amusement, like a private joke. They never saw it. That detail matters. No glowing eyes. No shape slipping between trees. Nothing cinematic. Just the overwhelming certainty of proximity. Of being paced by something that didn't need to hurry. At one point, one of them asked me a question that still sticks in my throat. He wanted to know if I thought it was protecting the land or protecting itself. I didn't answer right away. The truth was, I didn't know where the line between those two things had ended. I finally told him it didn't matter. Survival rarely hinges on understanding. It hinges on movement. The cut line came into view just before midnight. A faint break in the trees that felt impossibly open after hours of compression. When they stepped onto it, the whisper stopped. Not faded. Not retreated. Stopped. As if it had reached a boundary it refused to cross. They collapsed there, both of them, gasping and shaking. Radio still live. I stayed with them, talking them through breathing, through checking each other for injuries, through the simple act of staying awake. A rescue team was already mobilizing, though I knew it would take hours to reach them. The men didn't seem to care. The silence on the line was enough. Right before dawn, one of them said something quietly, almost to himself. He said the forest felt offended. Like they'd violated an agreement they hadn't known existed. I didn't challenge that. The Rockies have a way of humbling certainty. By the time the rescue team made contact, the sun was just starting to burn the frost off the higher ridges. The men were pulled out without further incident. No sign of pursuit. No voices. Just forest, endless and ordinary in the daylight. The official report would later describe dehydration, exhaustion, acute stress response. The cache was marked for follow-up. When a team returned 2 days later, they found nothing. No gear, no notebook, no photograph. Just disturbed earth beneath the overhang, as if it had never been anything more than rock and shadow. My shift ended that morning, but I didn't sleep. I sat in the tower, replaying the night through logs and memory, listening to the radio hiss. Around mid-morning, the same emergency frequency crackled open on its own. No call sign, no request, just a voice low and steady, describing the weather conditions in my sector with perfect accuracy. I didn't respond. Later, after the men had been debriefed and released, one of them called me directly. He sounded older somehow, tired in a way that sleep doesn't fix. He told me they'd tried to research what happened. Forums, academic papers, folklore, stories about wild men, about people who stepped off the map and learned how not to come back. Most of it was nonsense. Some of it felt uncomfortably close. He said, what scared him most wasn't the idea of a feral survivor. It was the idea that adaptation didn't stop. That whatever had learned to live out there was still learning. I still work nights. I still trust my instincts. But there are new rules I follow now, ones that were never written down. I don't linger on unfamiliar frequencies. I don't narrate my thoughts aloud. And when the radio crackles and a voice answers me before I speak, I remind myself of something simple and grounding. Some places don't want to be found. Some people learn that lesson too well. And somewhere in the untracked Rockies, as the forest breathes and listens, a highly adapted human presence still moves unseen, guarding a hidden domain that was never meant to be shared. My name is Liam Prescott. I took the job because nobody else wanted it, and because I needed the money more than I needed peace of mind. They told me the tower had been abandoned for years, left to rot after the last wildfire watch program was cut. No active assignments, no regular patrols, just a temporary contract to assess structural integrity and radio coverage. Simple, quiet, isolated. That part didn't bother me. What bothered me was the fresh boot prints, circling the tower every single morning. I arrived just before sunrise, the sky still bruised purple over the ridgeline. The access road ended 2 miles out, so I hiked in with my pack and radio gear, following an old service trail half swallowed by brush. The tower came into view through the trees like a silhouette that didn't quite belong there anymore. 4 steel legs, rust-streaked, bolted into concrete pads. A narrow staircase spiraling up to a glassed-in cab. It looked empty. It looked forgotten. The kind of place you'd expect birds and squirrels, not signs of people. The first thing I noticed wasn't the smell of rust or old oil. It was the footprints. Deep, clear impressions in the damp soil, circling the base of the tower in a slow, deliberate loop. Heavy boots. Adult size. Not mine. I stopped walking and just stared at them for a long moment, listening to the forest breathe around me. No voices. No movement. Just wind in the canopy and the distant click of a woodpecker. I told myself they were old. Left over from some previous inspection crew. Maybe a hiker who wandered too close. But the soil was soft from rain the night before, and the edges of the prints were sharp. Recent. Very recent. I did a full loop of the tower, following the trackway. 1 full circle. No breaks. No second set overlapping. Whoever made them had walked slowly, evenly, like they had time. I climbed the stairs, unlocked the cab, and stepped inside. The interior was dusty but intact. Old maps pinned to corkboard. A metal desk bolted to the floor. A radio unit that still had power when I flipped the breaker. Everything matched the inventory list. Nothing disturbed. No trash. No sleeping bag. No signs anyone had been living there. That helped calm me down, at least a little. People leave messes, especially if they're squatting somewhere remote. I logged my arrival time, checked radio signal strength, and ran a routine call to the nearest ranger station. Clear. Strong. No interference. They sounded bored on the other end. When I mentioned the footprints, there was a pause. Just a fraction too long. Then the ranger said it was probably hunters or hikers passing through. That area wasn't officially closed, just unmaintained. I asked if anyone else was assigned nearby. He said no. I asked if anyone had been up to the tower recently. He said not that he knew of. By mid-morning, the sun had burned off the fog and the forest looked harmless again. I convinced myself I'd overreacted. That happens when you're alone too long. Your brain fills the silence with things it doesn't need. I focused on work. Structural notes. Corrosion measurements. Ladder integrity. Everything was serviceable, if old. The tower creaked when the wind picked up, but that was normal. Steel expands. Bolts settle. I'd been told all of that. Around noon, I went back down to eat. That's when I saw the new prints. They weren't layered over the old ones. They were on top of them, pressing into the same damp soil, but deeper. Closer together. Like shorter steps, they made the same slow circle around the tower. I stood there with my food untouched, counting them. 2, 3, 4. Same boot pattern. Same size. Still no tracks leading away into the forest. Just the circle. I checked my watch. I'd been inside for less than 3 hours. The area around the tower was visible from the cab windows. I hadn't seen anyone approach. I hadn't heard footsteps on the stairs. No metal creaks. No voices. Just the wind and the radio's occasional static pop. I radioed the station again. Told them what I was seeing. This time, the ranger didn't sound bored. He asked me to describe the prints in detail. I did. He asked if I was alone. I said yes. He asked if I felt unsafe. I hesitated before answering. I said I wasn't sure. He told me to stay in the cab and keep the door locked until they could check their logs. That word stuck with me. Logs. Like this had happened before. The afternoon stretched out, heavy and slow. The forest went quiet in a way that didn't feel natural. No birds. No insects. Even the wind died down. I kept expecting to hear something on the stairs. Each time the tower shifted or groaned, my muscles tensed. I found myself checking the windows over and over, scanning the tree line for movement. Just before sunset, I looked down again. Another set of prints had been added. This time, they were closer to the concrete pads, almost brushing them. The circle was tighter. Intentional. I felt my throat go dry. Whoever was doing this wasn't wandering, they were pacing. Waiting. I called the ranger station a third time. No answer. Just static. I tried the emergency channel. Same thing. The radio was powered. The signal meter was strong. But nothing came through except a faint hiss, like distant breathing. As the light faded, I realized something else. The prints always stopped directly beneath the ladder. Never on it. Never stepping onto the first rung. Just circling. Like there was a rule they weren't crossing, or one they were waiting for me to break. Night fell fast. The temperature dropped. I locked the cab door and sat at the desk with the radio in front of me, listening to the static. At exactly 7:42 p.m., the radio clicked. A voice came through. Calm. Familiar. It said my name. I hadn't told anyone my full name over the radio. I didn't answer the radio right away. Hearing my name come through that dead channel felt wrong, in a way that's hard to explain unless you've spent time relying on radio silence as proof you're alone. Silence is comforting up there. Voices mean variables. Unknowns risk. Liam, the voice said again. It sounded like the ranger I'd spoken to earlier. Same cadence. Same flat professionalism. But there was no background noise. No other radios. No faint chatter bleeding through. Just his voice, clean and close. Like he was standing right beside me, instead of miles away behind concrete and antennas. I picked up the mic, my hand shaking enough that I had to steady it against the desk. I said his name. Asked if he could hear me. Asked why the channel had been dead for hours. There was a pause, not static. Not interference. Just nothing. Then he said, "You need to stay inside tonight." That alone wouldn't have scared me. Rangers give cautious advice all the time. What scared me was the way he said it. Like he was repeating something he'd been told to memorize. Like it wasn't really him deciding anything. I asked what was happening. I asked if someone was messing with me. I asked if they'd sent anyone up the trail. Another pause. Longer this time. "They're not supposed to go up the stairs," he said. My stomach dropped. I hadn't mentioned the ladder. I hadn't mentioned where the prints stopped. I hadn't even said the word stairs. I demanded to know who they were. The radio crackled softly. Then the voice came back, quieter now. If they start climbing, you lock the door and you don't open it. No matter what you hear. The transmission cut off. I tried every channel after that. Emergency. Backup. Maintenance. Nothing but static. I checked the power again. Everything was fine. I checked the antenna through the window. Still intact. No storm. No lightning. No reason for total silence. Outside, the forest had gone completely black. No moon. Heavy cloud cover. My cab lights reflected off the glass, turning the windows into mirrors, unless I pressed my face right up to them. I did that, scanning the darkness below, trying to see movement around the base of the tower. That's when I noticed the prints had changed again. They weren't circling anymore. They stopped. All of them, from every loop, ended directly beneath the ladder, packed tight together, like whoever made them had been standing there for a long time, waiting. The soil was churned up now, scuffed by subtle shifts in weight, small adjustments, restlessness. I stepped back from the window, my pulse hammering in my ears. The tower groaned softly as the wind returned, rocking just enough to remind me how high up I was and how thin the metal beneath my boots felt. I locked the cab door again, even though it was already locked, then wedged a chair under the handle for good measure. It didn't make me feel better, but it gave my hands something to do. At 9:13 p.m., I heard the first sound from below. Metal. Not loud. Not violent. Just the faint, unmistakable tap of something touching the ladder. Once. Then again. Slurful. Like someone testing whether the structure would react. I froze, holding my breath, listening. Another tap. Then a pause. Then the sound of boots shifting on steel. They're not supposed to go up the stairs. The ranger's voice echoed in my head. The ladder didn't shake. It didn't rattle. Whoever was down there was moving with deliberate control, distributing their weight perfectly. No panic, no rush. Just patience. I crept back to the window and looked straight down. The darkness swallowed everything below the first few feet of the tower. My flashlight beam barely cut through it, illuminating the top of the ladder and nothing else. No face, no hands. Just the suggestion of movement where the light failed. The tapping stopped. I waited, counted seconds. 1 minute passed. 2, my muscles burned from staying tense. I started to hope it was over. That maybe the sound had been a branch, or thermal expansion, or anything else my brain could cling to. Then came the voice. It rose from directly beneath me, carried up through the metal like vibration more than sound. Liam, not through the radio. Out loud. It wasn't shouting. It wasn't whispering either. It was conversational. Close enough that I could hear breath between syllables. I backed away until my shoulders hit the far wall. My heart was pounding so hard, I thought it might drown everything else out. I didn't answer. I couldn't. I know you're up there, the voice said, same tone as before. Calm, familiar, the ranger's voice again. You don't need to be afraid. Something scraped lightly against the ladder, higher this time. Just one rung. Then another. Slow progress. Measured, like it was proving a point. I screamed into the radio, calling for anyone, everyone. The static hissed back at me, louder now, distorted, almost angry. The voice below chuckled softly, like it found the sound amusing. You weren't supposed to be here yet, it said. That's the only problem. The ladder creaked. For the first time since I arrived, the tower shuddered with a real, unmistakable vibration. Whatever rule had kept it grounded was bending. Or breaking. I ran to the door and checked the lock again, my hands slick with sweat. The chair rattled as something below put weight on the structure. I could feel it now. Each movement transmitted straight up through the steel into my bones. "Open the door," the voice said. "You'll understand if you see." I refused. I shouted that I wasn't opening anything. I shouted that I was armed, even though I wasn't. I shouted until my throat burned and my voice cracked. The climbing stopped. Silence returned, heavier than before. Minutes passed, maybe longer. Time felt wrong up there, stretched thin by fear. I didn't move. I barely breathed. I just listened. Then came a knock. Not on the door. On the glass. One slow tap right beside my head. I turned, dread flooding through me, and stared into the dark reflection of my own face in the window. For a split second, I saw something else behind it. A shape where my reflection shouldn't have been. Standing too close. Smiling with a mouth that didn't quite match the voice it used. I don't remember screaming when I saw it in the glass, but my throat was raw afterward, so I must have. The shape vanished the instant I recoiled, leaving only my own pale face staring back at me. Eyes too wide, breath fogging the window in short, panicked bursts. I wiped the glass with my sleeve, like that could erase what I'd seen. Outside, the darkness pressed, close, heavy, and absolute. The knock came again. Same spot. Same deliberate pressure. Not hard enough to crack the glass. Not soft enough to be accidental. "Liam," the voice said, closer now, like it was speaking from just beyond the pain. "You're safe if you listen." I slid down the wall until I was sitting on the floor, back against cold metal, knees pulled tight to my chest. My hands were shaking so badly I had to trap them between my legs to stop the noise of my jacket rustling. I told myself this was exhaustion, stress, isolation, that the brain fills gaps when it's scared. I'd read about that. I clung to it like a lifeline. The radio clicked on its own. No static this time. No hiss. Just the sound of breathing, slow and controlled, like someone waiting for me to notice. "Liam Prescott," the ranger's voice said. "This assignment wasn't meant for you." I lunged for the mic and demanded answers. I asked who else had been stationed here. I asked why the tower was abandoned. I asked why the prince never left. The breathing stopped. The voice came back, lower now, stripped of that borrowed calm. "Because it keeps them close." Something shifted beneath the tower. A subtle redistribution of weight that made the whole structure sigh. I felt it through the soles of my boots. The ladder creaked again, once, like a reminder. Then the knocking moved, not louder, higher. A tap on the metal frame beneath the cab. Then another. I scrambled to the opposite window and looked down. The flashlight beam shook as I aimed it. The ladder was empty. No boots. No hands. Just darkness pressed tight around the steel, swallowing the light a few feet down like it was being absorbed. Below that, the ground was a mess of overlapping prints. And something else. A set of drag marks leading from the tree line to the base of the tower. Long. Uneven. Like something heavy had been pulled there more than once. I retched, barely managing to turn away in time. When I looked back, the drag marks were still there. Solid. Real. My mind couldn't erase those. The radio spoke again, softer. Almost apologetic. It learns the voices. That's how it keeps people from leaving. I demanded to know what was. The answer didn't come right away. When it did, it wasn't a name. It was a time. "Shift change," the voice said. That's when it gets confused. My watch buzzed against my wrist, startling me so badly I almost dropped the flashlight. Midnight. The same day I'd arrived. Less than 24 hours since I'd stepped onto that trail. The knocking stopped. So did the movement. The tower settled, metal relaxing with a groan that sounded too much like relief. For a long moment, there was nothing but the distant sound of wind, returning to the forest. Tentative at first, then stronger, like the world remembering how to function. I didn't move. I didn't trust it. The radio crackled, real static this time, uneven and messy. A new voice cut through, sharp and breathless. "Fire Lookout Tower 9, do you copy?" I answered immediately, nearly sobbing with relief. I told them everything. The prints, the ladder, the knocking. I expected disbelief. I expected silence. Instead, the ranger told me to stay put. He said a recovery team was already en route. That word hit me harder than anything else he could have said. Recovery. Dawn came slowly, bleeding gray into the black until the forest reappeared in pieces. Trees first, then ground, then the base of the tower. The prints were still there. Every one of them. But they weren't fresh anymore. The edges had softened. Time had finally touched them. The ladder was untouched. No drag marks, no sign of movement. Just churned soil and too many footprints ending where no one should have been able to stand for that long. When the team arrived mid-morning, they wouldn't let me climb down. They escorted me, one rung at a time, eyes scanning the ground like they expected it to move. They never looked up at the cab. At the station, they took my statement in a small, windowless room. They didn't interrupt. They didn't challenge me. When I finished, one of them slid a thin folder across the table. Inside were photos. Old ones. Black and white. Different towers. Different years. Same circle of prints. Same ladder. Same tight cluster beneath it. One final image showed a man standing at the base of a tower, looking up. His face was blurred, like the camera couldn't quite focus on it. The ranger closed the folder. He told me the tower would be sealed again. That officially, nothing unusual had been found. That my contract was terminated effective immediately. I asked what happened to the last person stationed there. He hesitated, then said they never found him. Just his boot prints. Circling. That night back home, I woke to the sound of metal tapping. Soft, patient. Coming from my apartment door. When I looked through the peephole, the hallway was empty. But the voice on the other side knew my name. My name is Owen Marshall. I work alone in a fire lookout tower that sits on a granite ridge so remote, it doesn't even have a proper trail name anymore. On official maps, it's just a square with an elevation number next to it. Surrounded by nothing but green contour lines and the occasional warning about unstable terrain. I took this job because I trust patterns more than people. Forests have patterns. Smoke has patterns. Animals move in patterns. When you log them long enough, you start to feel safe. Every shift starts the same way. I unlock the tower door, check the weather instruments, test the radio, and open the logbook. The logbook is my anchor. Every movement I see from the tower goes into it. Campfire smoke. Hikers on ridgelines. Elk herds crossing clearings. Even clouds if they behave strangely. Time, direction, distance notes. It's not paranoia. It's procedure. Yesterday started like any other late summer shift. Clear sky, high pressure, visibility for miles. The kind of day that makes you forget how fast things can turn. I wrote my name at the top of the page, logged the time, and noted the temperature. I remember thinking it was going to be an easy one. No storms forecasted. No fire bans lifted. No scheduled aircraft activity. By mid-morning, I spotted 2 hikers moving south along a distant ridge, probably off trail but experienced. Their pace was steady. No signs of distress. I logged them, drew a small arrow, and moved noon. A single column of smoke appeared far to the west. Campfire, not wildfire. Thin, white, dissipating fast. Still, I logged it. Habit matters out here. The first thing that felt off happened just after 1 in the afternoon. I noticed movement directly below the tower, close enough that I had to lean out the window to see it. That alone was strange. No one comes up here without announcing themselves on the radio. The access road is gated and monitored. I grabbed my binoculars and scanned the trees. There was nothing obvious. No person. No animal. Just a subtle disturbance in the underbrush. Like something had passed through recently. I almost didn't write it down. Almost. But the ground cover was flattened in a narrow line. Too deliberate to be wind. I logged it as soon identified ground movement. Added a question mark. And told myself it was probably a deer. An hour later, I found myself checking the logbook again without remembering why. That's when I saw the entry I didn't write. It was on the same page, written in the same blue ink I use, in handwriting close enough to mine that it made my stomach tighten. Same slant, same spacing, same habit of pressing harder on the downstrokes. The entry was timestamped 1317. Subject tower occupant. Direction stationary. Behavior observing. I stared at it longer than I should have. My first thought was that I'd written it as a joke and forgotten. That didn't make sense. I don't joke in logs. The logbook isn't a diary. It's a record. The second thought was worse. That someone else had been inside the tower. I did a full sweep after that. Checked the trapdoor to the lower platform. Checked the ladder. Checked the storage locker. Everything was locked. Nothing disturbed. No footprints. No extra supplies missing. The tower is small. There's nowhere to hide without being obvious. I radioed base to ask if anyone had been scheduled to inspect the tower. They said no. Their tone shifted when I told them what I'd found. But they didn't laugh it off. They told me to keep logging and call back if anything escalated. That's Ranger speak for. We don't know what to do either. The afternoon stretched on. I kept spotting normal things. Birds. Wind through treetops. Shadows shifting with the sun. Every time I logged something, I checked the page afterward. No new entries. That should have reassured me. It didn't. Around 4:30, I noticed movement again near the base of the tower. This time I was ready. I grabbed the binoculars immediately. I saw a figure standing just inside the tree line, partially obscured by shadow. Human-shaped. Still. Facing the tower. I couldn't see details. The distance was wrong. Every time I tried to focus, my eyes slid off. Like trying to read text underwater. I logged the sighting anyway, hands shaking enough that my letters came out crooked. When I looked back down at the page, there was a new line beneath mine. Subject acknowledges observation. I dropped the pen. I didn't hear footsteps. I didn't hear the ladder. I didn't hear the door. The radio crackled once, softly, like someone breathing too close to the mic. I stood perfectly still, heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I told myself this was stress. Isolation does things to your perception. I'd read enough reports to know that, but reports don't write back. The sun began to lower, casting long shadows that stretched unnaturally far across the forest floor. The figure was gone when I checked again, but the flattened vegetation remained, now leading directly toward the tower supports. I logged that too. I had to. Procedure matters. This time, I didn't look at the page right away. I waited, counted my breaths, and then forced myself to look. Subject nearing conclusion of observation cycle. That was when I realized something else. The timestamps on the entries weren't matching my watch anymore. They were a few minutes ahead. Always just ahead. As if whoever was logging me knew what I was about to do before I did it. As dusk crept in, the forest grew quieter than it should have. No insects. No birds settling in. Just the slow creak of the tower as it cooled. I considered abandoning the logbook, but that felt like turning my back on the only thing grounding me to reality. So I kept writing. And whatever was out there kept answering. By the time the sun finally dipped below the ridge, I had logged myself more times than I was comfortable counting. I've always believed night is when the forest tells the truth. During the day, everything is busy pretending to be harmless. At night, there's no energy left for that. Sounds travel farther. Shapes simplify. Intent becomes easier to read. That belief is what kept me from panicking as the light faded and the tower slipped into shadow. I logged sunset at 1842. That entry stayed untouched. No response beneath it. That should have been a relief. Instead, it felt like a pause before something spoke again. I turned on the interior lights, careful not to make the tower a glowing beacon. Procedure says keep them low after dark. The forest doesn't need help noticing you. I ate without tasting anything, chewing slowly while listening to the radio hiss. Every few minutes, it crackled, just enough to make me look up. No voices, no call signs, just interference. At 1911, I noticed movement again. Not at the base of the tower this time, but farther out, maybe half a mile away. Something moving between the trees in short, deliberate bursts. Stop. Too controlled for an animal. I logged it, noting the distance and direction. When I looked down, my entry was still the last one on the page. My shoulders loosened slightly. Then the pen rolled across the desk on its own. It didn't fall. It rolled slowly, like it had been nudged. It stopped beside the logbook, perfectly aligned with the margin. I didn't touch it. I watched, holding my breath as new ink appeared on the page. Subject attempting non-observation behavior. My mouth went dry. I hadn't moved. I hadn't looked away from the window. I hadn't even blinked much. Whatever was writing, that didn't need me to act for it to know my intent. I grabbed the radio and called base again. No answer. I tried the emergency frequency. Static. Then, faintly, I heard something underneath the noise. A rhythm. 3 short bursts, a pause, then 3 more. Not Morse. Too irregular. Too organic. I shut the radio off. At 20:03, the tower ladder creaked. The sound came from below, slow and deliberate, like someone testing weight on each rung. I stood frozen, staring at the trapdoor. My hand hovered near the emergency flare gun, though I knew how useless that would be against anything already inside my head. The creaking stopped halfway up. I waited. Counted seconds. Nothing happened. No footsteps. No voices. After nearly a full minute, I forced myself to look at the logbook. Subject respecting boundary. I don't know why that scared me more than anything else. Boundaries imply rules. Rules imply agreement. I hadn't agreed to anything. I backed away from the trapdoor and sat against the far wall, keeping every window in my peripheral vision. Outside, The forest had changed. The darkness felt thicker, like the absence of light was layered, not empty. The stars overhead looked sharper than usual, almost aggressive. At 21:17, I noticed something else. The movements I'd logged earlier, the hikers, the smoke, even the birds from the morning, were now listed again on the following pages. Same descriptions, same timestamps, logged in reverse order, as if someone was retracing the entire day backward. The final entry on the last filled page stopped me cold. Subject initial awareness. Time: 06:02. That was before I'd even arrived at the tower. I checked my watch. It read 21:19. The next line in the logbook was already waiting. Subject approaching cognitive reconciliation. The ladder creaked again. This time, all the way up, I didn't see anyone emerge. The trapdoor stayed closed. But I felt a pressure in the room, like the air had thickened, pushing inward. My ears popped. The lights flickered once, twice, then steadied. I realized then that the tower was being observed the same way I observe the forest. From multiple angles. From distances I couldn't perceive. The logbook wasn't just recording sightings. It was synchronizing perspectives. I made a decision that went against every instinct. I spoke out loud. "I see you," I said, my voice sounding too loud in the small space. The forest answered with silence. The logbook did not. Subject confirms mutual observation. My watch vibrated. I looked down and felt my stomach drop. A new alert had appeared, one I hadn't set. Observation window closing. I packed my essentials fast. Radio, flare gun, headlamp, keys. I didn't bother with food. I kept my eyes on the logbook the entire time. It stayed still. No new entries. That felt intentional. At 21:30, something I don't remember the exact minute, the forest outside shifted. Trees I'd known for months no longer lined up correctly. The access road wasn't where it should have been. Paths overlapped in ways that hurt to look at too long. I reached for the door handle. The pen rolled again. Subject attempts exit. I hesitated. The handle felt warm under my palm, like it had been held recently. I looked back at the logbook one last time. Subject concludes observation. The entry beneath it appeared slowly, letter by letter. Subject transitions to participant. That was when I understood. Logging wasn't enough anymore. Whatever this was didn't want to be seen. It wanted to be mirrored. To be acknowledged in the same way I acknowledge the forest. With records. With patterns. With patience. The tower lights went out. In the darkness, I heard footsteps outside. Not circling, approaching directly. Confident now. Familiar. I didn't open the door. I sat down, opened the logbook, and waited to see what I would do next. I don't know how long I sat there, in the dark with the logbook open on my knees. Time stopped behaving normally once the lights went out. My watch was still working, but the seconds felt stretched, elastic. Like they could snap at any moment. I kept my headlamp off. I didn't want to give the forest anything new to study. The last entry on the page waited for me. Blank space beneath it. Expectant. My hands moved before I made a conscious decision. Muscle memory. Training. I wrote the time as best I could, 22:04. Then I hesitated, pen hovering. I'd never logged myself as an active subject before. Observers don't belong in the data. I wrote anyway. Subject remains inside structure. Behavior stationary. Alert. The moment I finished the period, the tower creaked softly, not from wind, but from weight. Something leaned against one of the support beams below. Slow and careful, as if testing how much pressure it could apply without being noticed. I didn't look out the window. I already knew where it was. The pen twitched in my fingers. I didn't let go. Subject exhibits compliance. That entry wasn't mine. I swallowed and forced myself to breathe evenly. If this thing operated on patterns, then panic would only feed it noise. I needed to stay predictable. Professional. I adjusted my posture, made a show of checking my watch, then wrote another line. Subject acknowledges external presence. No direct engagement. The pressure on the support beam eased. Footsteps moved away, crunching softly over pine needles and rock. Not circling, repositioning. Like someone finding a better angle. The realization hit me slowly, settling in my chest like cold water. The tower wasn't the focus. I was. The structure was just where the observation happened to intersect. That meant leaving wouldn't end anything. It would only change the terrain. I flipped back through the logbook, pages whispering in the dark. The earlier entries hadn't changed, but now I noticed details I'd missed before. The wording. The consistency. Whoever had been writing mirrored my style but stripped it of uncertainty. No question marks. No qualifiers. Just facts. I reached the first page of the day. Subject arrives at tower. Time 06:02. I checked my watch again. 2019. Still the same night. Still one shift. Still no explanation for how that entry could exist. Unless arrival didn't mean what I thought it did. Outside, something exhaled. Long. Controlled. Close enough that the sound vibrated through the wood. Not a sniff. Not breathing for oxygen. More like a calibration. I stayed still. The radio, which I'd turned off hours ago, crackled to life. No static this time. Just a soft, steady tone. Like a carrier signal waiting to be used. I didn't touch it. The sound faded on its own after a few seconds. Subject declines auditory interface. The words appeared smoothly, confident strokes in the dark. My skin prickled. That confirmed it. This wasn't reacting to what I did. It was reacting to what I chose not to do. Silence was still a response. I thought about the way I'd lived out here for months. Watching. Logging. Never interacting unless protocol demanded it. I'd trained myself to be invisible, to exist only as a set of eyes and a pen. Maybe that was the problem. Maybe the forest had finally noticed the shape of that absence. The footsteps returned, closer this time, directly beneath the trapdoor. The ladder creaked under weight, rung by rung, steady and unhurried. I didn't move. I didn't breathe louder. I wrote. Subject approaches vertical access point. The ladder stopped one rung below the trapdoor. I could feel it there. Not through sound, but through pressure, like the air itself was holding its breath. A shadow passed across the small window behind me, briefly blocking out the starlight. I kept writing. Subject maintains boundary. The trapdoor handle turned slightly, just enough to test resistance. It didn't open. I hadn't locked it, but I hadn't unlocked it either. That distinction mattered, apparently. The handle went still. Subject acknowledges threshold. I felt something brush the underside of the trapdoor, not with fingers, but with something broad and flat. Like a hand that hadn't decided on its final shape yet. Then it withdrew. The ladder creaked again as the weight descended, slower this time, like it was memorizing the sound. I waited until the forest settled back into its unnatural quiet, before I turned another page. My pen felt heavier now, like it resisted being lifted. I realized with a jolt that the ink level hadn't gone down. The pen wasn't the source anymore. It was just the conduit. I wrote one last entry, choosing my words carefully. Subject completes observation cycle. No further data available. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then, beneath my line, new text appeared. Slower than before. Deliberate. Almost thoughtful. Subject released from primary focus. The pressure in the tower eased. The air thinned back to normal. I hadn't noticed how hard it had been to breathe until then. Outside, the forest sounds returned all at once. Insects. A distant owl. Wind in the canopy. The night snapped back into something recognizable. My watch buzzed softly, 23:02. The alert from earlier was gone. I didn't move until the eastern horizon began to lighten. When dawn finally came, it felt fragile, like it might break if I acknowledged it too hard. I logged sunrise. That entry stayed alone on the page. When relief arrived mid-morning, I didn't mention the extra entries. I didn't mention the footsteps or the radio or the ladder. I handed over the logbook like always, signed my name, and climbed down without looking back. They reassigned me the same day. Different sector. Different tower. I didn't argue. I keep my own records now. Not in official logbooks. In plain notebooks, with no timestamps and no margins. I don't log everything I see anymore. I leave gaps. Blind spots. Places where nothing is written. Because I've learned something important. Out there, being watched isn't the worst thing. Being worth watching is. My name is Ryan Calloway, and I took the fire lookout job because I wanted quiet, the kind that presses in on you until you can hear your own pulse. I had done seasonal work before, trail maintenance, backcountry patrol support, the kind of stuff where days blur together and nights feel earned. This tower was different. It sat on a granite shoulder of the mountain, reachable only by a service road that stopped 2 miles short, the rest a narrow trail climbing through pine and fir. From the cab, I could see 40 miles on a clear day. My job was simple. Watch for smoke. Log weather. Call it in if anything looked wrong. Nobody mentioned watching for anything else. I arrived just after dawn. Hiked the last stretch with my pack, digging into my shoulders, boots crunching on frost. The tower creaked the way old structures do, like it was clearing its throat before speaking. I unlocked the door, did the inventory, tested the radio, logged my arrival time. Everything was normal. The manuals were worn but clear. The routines were familiar. I liked that. I made coffee, stood on the catwalk, and let the morning burn off the last of the mist. Trees stretched out below me, endless and indifferent. That was the comfort of it. Forests don't care who you are. By late afternoon, clouds stacked to the west. I logged the shift change, though there was no one to change with, and noted the wind picking up. I scanned the horizon in slow, methodical sweeps. No smoke columns, no suspicious haze. Just the usual patchwork of shadow and light. I cooked dinner early, something simple, and ate while standing, looking out through the glass. When the sun dropped, the temperature fell fast. The forest darkened into a single mass, details swallowed. That was when I noticed the first odd thing. Not a sound or a movement. An absence. The birds stopped all at once. No gradual tapering. No last calls. Just silence, thick and immediate. I told myself it was nothing. Predators move through, animals adjust. Still, I wrote it down. More out of habit than concern. As night settled, I turned on the exterior light. A soft cone spilling down the tower legs and into the clearing below. I did another sweep with binoculars. More to reassure myself than because I expected to see anything. That's when my eyes snagged on a shape at the edge of the trees. It stood just beyond the tree line, where the light thinned into shadow. At first, I thought it was a trunk, a trick of contrast. I adjusted the focus. The shape didn't resolve into bark. It was too smooth, too vertical. I lowered the binoculars and looked with my naked eyes. The shape was still there, exactly where it had been, a darker notch in the darkness. I laughed, a short, nervous sound, and told myself it was a stump, or a snag, or my eyes playing games after a long day. I went back inside and busied myself with logs, checking numbers that hadn't changed. When I looked out again, the shape was clearer. It wasn't closer. It wasn't farther away. It was simply there, upright, motionless. I felt a prickle crawl up my spine, the kind you get when you realize you're being watched. I hated that thought and tried to kill it with reason. There are animals that stand on hind legs. Bears do it. So do deer sometimes, awkwardly. This thing didn't sway. It didn't shift its weight. It didn't breathe. I grabbed the binoculars again. The glass brought the edge of the clearing closer, but the shape refused to sharpen into anything familiar. It was human-sized, maybe a little taller, but wrong in proportion. Too straight. The head, if that's what it was, tilted up, angled toward the tower. Toward me. I couldn't see eyes, but I knew, in the way you know, when someone is staring at the back of your neck, that it was looking directly at the cab. I told myself it was a hiker who'd gotten turned around and was waiting for help. That made sense. People do dumb things in the backcountry. I keyed the radio, cleared my throat, and called out, my voice sounding too loud in the small space. No response. I called again, slower. Still nothing. The radio hissed back at me, empty. I tried the emergency channel. Same result. I checked the antenna. Everything was fine. I turned the exterior light off, then on again, thinking the sudden change might provoke movement. The forest leaped into relief, and then fell back. The figure didn't react. It didn't flinch or shield its eyes. It just stood there, perfectly still, staring up at my tower. I felt my mouth go dry. I thought about the ladder, the long, exposed climb down, and dismissed it immediately. If it was a person, I'd radio in the morning. If it was an animal, it would move on. Minutes stretched. The wind pushed through the trees, making them whisper and sigh, but the figure didn't sway with them. I tried not to look at it, but my eyes kept sliding back, drawn like a magnet. At some point, I realized I had stopped blinking. I forced myself to sit, to drink water, to breathe. I checked the time. Just after 10. The night had only started. I decided to test a theory. I stepped back from the windows, counted to 10, then stepped forward again. The figure was still there. Same spot. Same posture. I turned off the interior lights, plunging the cab into darkness, and pressed my face to the glass. Outside, the clearing glowed faintly. The shape was even harder to see, but I could still make it out. A void where the forest should be. It felt patient. Not in a human way, but in the way stone is patient. I picked up the logbook and wrote, my handwriting tight and controlled, noting the time, the conditions, the observation. Writing it down made it feel more real and less at the same time, like pinning an insect to a board. I told myself I'd look again in the morning and laugh about it. I told myself a lot of things. None of them made the feeling go away. Just before midnight, I noticed something else. The figure hadn't moved, but the sense of being watched intensified, sharpened. It was as if its attention had narrowed, focused. I stood there, heart thudding, and understood, with a cold clarity that settled in my gut, that whatever stood beyond the tree line had been there before I noticed it, and that it was going to stay there for the rest of the night. I didn't sleep. That sounds dramatic, but it's the simplest way to put it. I lay on the narrow cot with my boots still on, jacket zipped, eyes fixed on the dark ceiling while the tower creaked and popped as the temperature dropped. Every few minutes, I'd sit up and look out the window, half expecting the clearing to be empty, half dreading that it wouldn't be. Every time, the figure was still there. Same place, same posture, perfectly still, like it had been cut out of the night and glued in place. I tried to rationalize it by breaking the situation down into pieces. Distance, for one. The tree line was maybe 60 yards from the base of the tower. Not close, but not far either. Close enough that if someone wanted to, they could reach the ladder in under a minute. I hated thinking about that. I forced myself to look for details instead. Clothing, gear, anything human. The light didn't quite reach it, but I could make out a silhouette that didn't match any pack I'd ever seen. No straps, no reflective bits, no slouch from weight, just a straight, vertical shape. At some point after midnight, I realized something else that set my teeth on edge. I couldn't hear insects. No crickets, no cicadas. The forest wasn't silent, exactly. The wind moved through branches, and something small scurried now and then, but the steady background noise you stop noticing when it's there was gone. It felt like the night itself was holding its breath. I checked the radio again, even though I knew nothing had changed. I adjusted the volume, switched channels, tapped the mic. Static answered me every time. I thought about using the satellite phone, but the idea of taking my eyes off the windows for more than a second made my chest tighten. I didn't like not knowing where it was, even though it hadn't moved once. Especially because it hadn't moved once. Around 1 in the morning, clouds rolled in thicker, blotting out what little moonlight there was. The clearing dimmed, and for a terrible moment, I couldn't see the figure at all. Panic flared hot and fast. I flipped the exterior light back on, my finger slipping on the switch. The beam snapped into place, carving the darkness apart. The figure reappeared instantly, unchanged. Relief washed over me, followed by a deep, sore dread. I realized I was relieved because it was still there. Because at least I knew where it was. That's when it occurred to me that I hadn't actually seen it arrive. I'd just noticed it. I tried to remember the exact moment I'd first seen it, and couldn't. 1 second I was scanning trees. The next there it was, like it had always been part of the landscape, and my brain had just decided to acknowledge it. The thought made my skin crawl. I started talking out loud. Narrating was doing like I was training someone new. It sounds stupid, but hearing my own voice grounded me. I described the weather, the wind direction, the cloud cover. I described the figure, careful to stick to what I could actually observe and not what I felt. Tall, upright, stationary. Located at the eastern edge of the clearing. Facing the tower. I avoided words like watching or staring, even though that was exactly what it felt like. Sometime close to 2, the wind shifted. I noticed it because the smell changed. Pine and damp earth, sharper now. The trees swayed differently, branches creaking. The figure didn't react. It didn't sway with the gusts or lean into them. It was like the wind didn't touch it at all. That's when the idea of it being a person finally died for me. Even the most disciplined hiker shifts their weight. Even someone trying to be still breathes. I thought about shining my flashlight directly at it, a tighter beam than the exterior light. But the thought stopped me cold. There was a part of me, deep and instinctive, that knew drawing that kind of focused attention was a bad idea. Like locking eyes with something you don't understand. I settled for adjusting the angle of the exterior light. Instead, nudging it a few degrees left and right. The beam swept over trunks and underbrush and then back. The figure stayed at the edge, always half in shadow, never fully illuminated. My logbook entries got messier as the night wore on. Shorter sentences, timestamps closer together. I wrote down my heart rate at one point, counting beats against the second hand on my watch. It was fast but steady. No shaking hands, no dizziness. I took comfort in that. I was scared, yes, but I was still thinking clearly. That mattered. Just before 3, something changed. It was subtle enough that I almost missed it. The sense of pressure I'd been feeling, that focused attention, eased slightly. Not gone. Just redistributed. I scanned the clearing again, slower this time, and that's when I noticed that the darkness around the figure felt deeper. The trees behind it seemed farther away, like the space itself had stretched. I leaned closer to the glass, squinting. The figure hadn't moved, but the forest around it felt wrong, like a backdrop that didn't quite line up. I pulled back abruptly, my reflection jumping in the glass. For a split second, my heart slammed against my ribs because I thought there was someone inside the cab with me. I cursed under my breath and forced myself to laugh it off. Lack of sleep messes with you. Fear messes with you. I knew that. I also knew that neither explained what I was seeing outside. At 3:17, my watch beeped softly. The alarm I'd set out of habit to check instruments. The sound cut through the night like a knife. The figure reacted. Not by moving, exactly, but by changing. The best way I can describe it is that it leaned. Not forward or back, but in on itself. Like the concept of leaning rather than the physical act. The silhouette warped, edges blurring, for just a moment before snapping back into place. I stumbled away from the window, my breath coming fast. When I looked again, the figure was as it had been, upright and still. If I hadn't been watching so closely, I might have convinced myself I imagined it. But I hadn't. I knew what I'd seen. I spent the next hour sitting on the floor with my back against the wall, eyes fixed on the clearing, afraid to blink. Dawn felt impossibly far away. The idea that this thing might leave when the sun came up was the only thread I had left to hold on to. I clung to it, repeating it in my head like a promise. Morning would come. It always did. Whatever stood beyond the tree line would have to face the light eventually. Morning came slowly, like it was unsure it wanted to show up at all. The sky didn't brighten so much as it thinned, black easing into a washed-out gray. I watched it happen from the floor, my legs cramped, my eyes burning. The figure was still there, for a while. That terrified me more than anything else had all night. I'd built dawn up in my head as a kind of rule, a line it wouldn't cross. Seeing it still standing, when the horizon lightened, felt like a betrayal. As the light grew, details emerged around it, not of it. The clearing resolved into grass and rock, the tree trunks into individual shapes. Birds started up again, tentative at first, then louder, like they were testing the world to see if it was safe. The figure didn't react. It didn't cast a shadow the way the trees did. That bothered me more than it should have. I told myself it was just the angle, the uneven ground, the light still too diffuse. I told myself a lot of things. At 5:30, I tried the radio again. This time, when I keyed the mic, a voice crackled through, thin but unmistakably human. "Dispatch," they asked for a status check. Relief hit me so hard my hands shook. I answered. My voice, steadier than I felt, gave them the weather report, the overnight conditions. I hesitated, then mentioned an unidentified individual near the tree line, possibly in distress. There was a pause, then they asked for a description. I gave them one, sticking to facts the same way I had in my log. Tall, stationary, no visible gear. They asked if the person was moving. I said no. They told me to keep eyes on, and that they'd notify a ranger unit. While I was talking, the figure changed again. Not in position, but in presence. The sense of pressure I'd grown used to loosened, like a knot being untied. I realized, with a jolt, that whatever attention it had been giving me was shifting. I followed that instinct, scanning the clearing, the trees, the slope leading away from the tower. Everything else looked normal. Too normal. I looked back to the tree line. The figure was gone. It didn't step back. It didn't turn and walk away. It was just not there anymore. The space it had occupied was empty, the trees behind it lining up the way they should have all along. I stared, my brain refusing to accept it. I grabbed the binoculars, hands clumsy, and scanned every inch of the edge. Nothing. No movement. No disturbance in the grass. It was as if it had never existed. I told dispatch it had disappeared. They acknowledged, told me to remain at the tower until relieved. The ranger unit was still en route. I sat down hard in the chair, every muscle suddenly exhausted. The daylight felt unreal, like a stage set thrown up around me. I kept expecting the figure to reappear, to be standing somewhere closer now that the night was gone. It didn't. Around 7, I heard voices below. Human voices, louder even. 2 rangers climbed into the clearing, one older, one younger. They waved up at me. I waved back, my arm feeling too heavy. They did a sweep of the area while I watched from above, binoculars glued to my face. They found nothing. No footprints, no broken branches, no sign anyone had been there at all. When they climbed up, the older ranger looked tired but unconcerned. He said night shifts mess with your head, especially the first one. He wasn't unkind about it. I showed them my logbook. I pointed out the times, the details, the consistency. The younger ranger read it carefully, his brow furrowing. He asked if I'd been drinking or taking anything. I said no. He nodded, like he believed me, or at least wanted to. They stayed for an hour, checking equipment, testing the radio, making small talk. The normalcy of it all made me feel hollow. Before they left, I asked a question that had been gnawing at me. I asked if there had ever been reports of people standing near the towers at night. Trespassers. Pranks. Anything like that? The older ranger shrugged and said sometimes hikers get lost. Sometimes locals do stupid things. He said if I saw anything like that again, to call it in right away. He clapped my shoulder and told me to get some rest. After they were gone, I sat alone in the cab, sunlight slanting through the windows. I should have slept. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw that upright shape against the trees. I walked the catwalk, looked down at the clearing. From above, it looked harmless, just dirt and grass and shadow. I noticed something then that I hadn't before. The exterior light had burned out overnight. The bulb was blackened, dead. I was sure it had been working when dawn came. I wrote that down too. By late morning, the wind picked up again. Clouds moved in fast, darker this time. I went through the motions of my job, scanning, logging, calling in routine updates. Everything felt slightly off, like I was a step out of sync with the world. At noon, as I was eating a granola bar, I caught a flicker of movement at the edge of my vision. My heart jumped into my throat. I looked. Nothing. Just trees bending in the wind. I told myself it was over. Whatever it had been, it was gone. The rational part of my brain clung to that. But another part, quieter and more insistent, kept replaying the moment just before it vanished. The way the pressure had eased. The way it had felt like attention turning away, not leaving. Just after 1, I made one last sweep of the horizon before the next scheduled check-in. Smoke haze to the south, probably a controlled burn miles away. Normal. My eyes drifted back to the clearing out of habit. For a second, I thought I saw something darker among the trees, deeper in this time, half hidden by branches. I raised the binoculars. The forest resolved into familiar shapes. Nothing stood out. I lowered the glass and took a breath. That's when I noticed the reflection in the window. Not behind me. Below. A dark, vertical shape, perfectly straight, distorted slightly by the curve of the glass. I turned slowly, every nerve screaming. The clearing was empty. The tower legs cast long shadows in the afternoon sun. No figure. No movement. I don't know if the reflection was just me, stretched and twisted by fear and exhaustion. I don't know if the figure ever left, or if it simply learned how to stand where I couldn't see it. All I know is that I finished that shift. I logged the end time. I locked the door when I was relieved. And every night since, when I close my eyes, I see the tree line just beyond the reach of the light. And I know exactly where something can stand and watch without ever being noticed. My name is Daniel Price, and until last week, I believed I understood solitude. I took the fire lookout job because I wanted distance. From people, from noise, from the mess of my life back home. The tower sits on a granite spine in a national forest that doesn't even get named on most maps. It's a square room raised on steel legs, windows on all 4 sides, a wraparound catwalk, and a single metal door that opens inward. From up here, you can see everything. That's what they tell you in training. Up here, nothing sneaks up on you. My shift started at dawn. By the time the supply chopper dipped away, and the sound of its blades dissolved into the trees, the silence settled in, like pressure. I logged the weather, checked the radio, tested the anemometer. Clear skies. Low wind. No smoke. The forest looked calm, almost staged. Like a postcard. Pines rolled out in every direction, broken by gray rock and thin lines of old trails. I told myself this was going to be an easy day. I spent the morning doing what lookouts do. Scan the horizon. Drink bad coffee. Write notes no one reads unless something goes wrong. Around noon, the heat came up through the windows and turned the tower into a glass box. I opened 2 panes to let the air move through. The smell of sap and dust drifted in. Somewhere far below, a bird called once and then went quiet. The first strange thing happened just after 1 in the afternoon. I noticed it because it broke my routine. I was scanning the eastern ridge when I heard a sound that didn't belong to wind or wood. A single, dull knock. It came from below me. I froze, waiting for it to repeat. The tower creaked the way it always does, when the sun heats the metal legs. But there was nothing else. I leaned over the railing and looked down. The ground around the base of the tower was bare dirt and scattered needles. No one was there. No hikers. No vehicles. No movement. I told myself it was probably a bird hitting the structure, or a branch falling somewhere close and echoing weirdly. I logged it anyway, just a note to myself. Unidentified noise. Likely environmental. The rest of the afternoon passed without incident. But the feeling didn't leave. The forest felt too still, like it was waiting for something to finish happening. I caught myself checking the catwalk more often than necessary, circling the tower with my binoculars. Even though I knew there was nothing there, the windows gave me a full view in every direction. That was the point. Around 4, I tried the radio, just to hear another human voice. Dispatch answered after a few seconds, routine and bored. I didn't mention the knock. There was nothing to report. Saying it out loud would make it sound stupid. At sunset, the light changed fast. Shadows pooled between the trees, and the ridge lines turned purple and then black. I closed the windows and locked the door, the way the manual says. Even though no one had ever explained why a locked door mattered when you were 30 feet in the air with open stairs. I made dinner on the hot plate and ate standing up, watching the forest disappear into darkness. The second knock came just after full dark. This one was louder, clearer. 3 firm raps against metal. It came from the door. I stared at it, waiting to hear footsteps on the stairs or a voice calling up. Nothing followed. My heart started beating, so hard I could feel it in my throat. I stepped to the nearest window and looked down at the stairs. Empty. I moved from window to window, slow and deliberate, checking every angle. The floodlight mounted above the door cast a pale cone over the landing and the first few steps. There was no one there. I told myself it had to be thermal expansion, the metal contracting as the temperature dropped. I'd heard towers could make strange noises at night. I wanted that explanation to fit, but it didn't explain the pattern. It didn't explain why it sounded like knuckles. I didn't open the door. I stood there with my hand hovering inches from the handle, listening. The forest offered up its normal night sounds again. Insects. A distant owl. Nothing close. I logged the knock, my handwriting tighter than before. Possible structural noise. Investigate in daylight. I slept poorly. Every time I drifted off, I dreamed of standing at the windows and seeing nothing but my own reflection, multiplied endlessly, staring back at me. I woke before dawn with a dry mouth and a headache, convinced I had missed something during the night. I checked the door. Still locked. No scratches. No marks. Morning came clear again, like the day before had reset itself. I almost laughed at how normal everything looked. The fear drained away in the sunlight, replaced by embarrassment. I told myself I was letting isolation get to me too fast. People lasted whole seasons up here without losing it. I could handle one weird noise. The third knock came at 10:17 a.m. I know the time because I was writing it down when it happened. Not logging smoke or weather. Writing a note to myself about how quiet the forest felt. The sound was right behind me, sudden and sharp, and I jumped so hard the pen tore through the paper. 2 knocks this time. Slow. Deliberate. I spun around and went straight to the windows again. Faster than before. I scanned the ground, the stairs, the tree line. Nothing, no movement. No figure stepping back into cover. Just the empty clearing and the endless trees beyond it. I tried the radio immediately. Static answered me. I adjusted the dial, checked the power. Still static. I hadn't noticed it go out before. I called again, my voice too loud in the small room. No response. That was when it hit me. the thought I couldn't shake. Whatever was knocking wasn't approaching the tower the way a person would. It wasn't climbing the stairs. It wasn't coming into view because it didn't need to. I backed away from the door and stood in the center of the room, surrounded by windows that suddenly felt like blind spots. You can see everything from a fire lookout, they say, but only if what you're watching follows the rules of being seen. At 10:19 a.m., the knock came again. 3 raps, harder than before. Close enough that the metal vibrated under my hand when I pressed my palm to the door. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I just stood there, listening, and realized with a cold, sinking certainty that whatever was outside knew exactly where I was standing. I stayed where I was for a long time after that third knock, my palms still pressed flat against the metal door. The vibration had faded, but I could swear the cold lingered, like the door remembered being touched from the other side. I didn't open it. I didn't speak. I waited for something. Another knock. Footsteps, anything that would make sense of what was happening. Nothing came. The silence afterward was worse. It felt intentional, like a response. I backed away slowly, keeping my eyes on the door, as if it might move on its own. The windows wrapped around me in a perfect square of glass, sunlight pouring in from every angle. There was nowhere anything could hide. And yet, my skin crawled with the certainty that I wasn't alone. I tried the radio again. This time I switched frequencies, checked the antenna cable, even stepped out onto the catwalk to look for obvious damage. Everything was intact. The radio crackled with dead air, a flat hiss that swallowed my voice when I spoke into it. I logged the outage with shaking hands, adding a note that communications had dropped unexpectedly. It felt important to be precise, like accuracy might protect me. By late morning, I convinced myself to resume my duties. Routine was the only thing keeping panic at bay. I scanned for smoke, checked wind direction, wrote numbers in the logbook. My eyes kept drifting back to the door. It looked the same as it always had, gray, solid, unremarkable. No dents, no marks, no sign anyone had touched it. Around noon, I heard something on the stairs. It wasn't a sound of climbing. No rhythmic thud of boots on metal. It was a dragging noise, faint but steady, like something heavy being pulled upward one step at a time. I rushed to the window overlooking the stairwell, my heart hammering. The stairs were empty. Sunlight glinted off the railings. The sound continued anyway, stopping directly beneath the door. I stepped back, my breath shallow. The dragging stopped. For a few seconds, everything was quiet again. Then came the knock. This one wasn't firm or confident. It was uneven, hesitant, the sound of someone, or something, testing the door. I found myself holding my breath, afraid that any noise I made would invite a response. The knock came again, closer together this time, like impatience creeping in. I didn't open the door. I couldn't. The rational part of my brain listed explanations I didn't believe. Hallucination, stress, heat, isolation. But none of those could explain how precise the sound was, how intentional. It wasn't random noise. It was communication. The knocking stopped abruptly. I waited, counting seconds in my head. 1 minute. 2. Nothing. I didn't realize how tense I was until my legs started to ache. I lowered myself into the chair by the desk, never taking my eyes off the door. When the forest outside shifted with a breeze, I flinched hard enough to knock my elbow against the table. The pain grounded me, sharp and real. I clung to it. By early afternoon, hunger crept in. but the idea of turning my back on the door to cook made my stomach twist. I ate a protein bar instead, dry crumbs sticking to my tongue. I kept telling myself that daylight meant safety, that whatever was happening couldn't escalate with the sun still high. I was wrong. At 2:43 p.m., someone knocked on the glass. I spun toward the sound so fast I nearly lost my balance. It came from the west, facing window, right at eye level. A soft tap, like fingernails brushing the pane. I rushed over and pressed my face close to the glass. There was nothing there. No reflection out of place. No movement in the trees. Just my own pale face staring back at me, eyes wide, mouth slightly open. Another tap followed. Closer to the corner of the window this time, deliberate and slow. I stepped back, my pulse roaring in my ears. The tapping continued, moving from one pane to the next, circling the tower. Always just out of view. Always at the glass, never hard enough to leave a mark. I shouted then, my voice cracking in the enclosed space. Go away. The words sounded thin and useless. The tapping stopped immediately. For a moment, I thought it had worked. Then the door handle rattled. It didn't turn. It just shook lightly at first, then harder, as if someone was testing the resistance. I grabbed the desk to steady myself, every muscle locked tight. The handle stopped moving, followed by a pause that stretched on too long. A single knock followed. Slow. Careful. I don't know why that one broke me. Maybe it was the patience behind it. The understanding. Whatever was outside wasn't panicking. It wasn't confused. It was waiting. I retreated to the far side of the room, pressing my back against the window. The glass was warm from the sun, grounding me again. I slid down until I was sitting on the floor, knees pulled to my chest, eyes never leaving the door. Minutes passed. Then more. The forest outside returned to its normal rhythm. Birds calling, wind stirring the treetops. By late afternoon, exhaustion set in. Fear burns energy fast. I hadn't slept well, and the constant tension left me shaky and unfocused. The radio remained dead. I considered climbing down the tower and hiking out. But the thought of being on the ground, surrounded by trees with no visibility, terrified me more than staying put. Up here, at least, I could see. At 5:12 p.m., the knocking resumed. Not at the door, not at the windows. It came from the floor. A dull thump beneath my feet, directly under the center of the room. I stood, my knees weak, and listened. Another thump followed, heavier this time, as if something had struck the underside of the tower. The steel legs groaned in response. I moved to the window and looked straight down. The base of the tower was empty. No shadows. No movement. The thump came again, strong enough to rattle the desk. Dust shook loose from the ceiling. Whatever was doing this wasn't trying to get inside anymore. It was testing how much I could take. The sun dipped lower, stretching the shadows long and thin. I realized with a spike of dread that night was coming again, and whatever rules had kept this thing restrained in the daylight were about to disappear. At 6:01 p.m., as the light began to fade, the knocking stopped completely. The silence that followed was absolute. I stood alone in the middle of the tower, surrounded by windows, waiting for something I knew was coming. Because deep down, I understood the truth I'd been avoiding all day. Whatever was outside didn't need to knock. It was just being polite. Night fell fast, the way it only does when you're watching it too closely. One moment the forest was dim and blue. The next it was swallowed whole. I turned on every light in the tower, flooding the room with a harsh, artificial glow that made the windows feel thinner than glass should. My reflection stared back at me from all sides, fractured and repeated. A man boxed in by his own visibility. I checked the door again. Locked, solid. I rested my forehead against the cool metal and listened. No knocking, no movement. The silence felt deliberate, like a held breath. At 7:14 p.m., the radio came back to life. It didn't crackle first. It just spoke. Daniel. I nearly came through clear and calm, as if someone were standing right beside me. I fumbled with the handset, my fingers slick with sweat. "Dispatch," I said. "This is Lookout 7. Do you read me?" There was a pause, just long enough to let hope rise. "I know where you are," the voice said. It wasn't dispatch. I'd spoken to them enough to recognize the cadence, the flat professionalism. This voice was wrong. Too measured. Too close. I pulled the radio away from my ear and stared at it like it might bite me. "How do you know my name?" I asked. My voice sounded small in the tower. Another pause. Then, softly, "You told me." I thought back, replaying every moment of the day. I hadn't spoken my name out loud since the morning check-in. Not after the radio went dead. Not to the forest. Not to whatever was knocking. My stomach twisted. The radio went silent again. I backed away until my calves hit the edge of the bed. I sat down hard, breathing fast, trying to think. There had to be a rational explanation. Crossed frequencies. Someone messing with me. Another lookout playing a sick joke. But none of those fit the timing. None of them explained how the voice sounded like it was inside the room. At 8:02 p.m., the first knock of the night came. One knock. Heavy, directly on the door. I flinched, my heart slamming against my ribs. I didn't move. I didn't speak. I waited. A second knock followed, slower than the first. Patient. I realized then that whatever was outside had learned my rhythm. It knew when I'd react. It knew when I wouldn't. The handle turned. Just a fraction. Enough to test. Enough to tell me the lock was the only thing between us. I lunged forward and braced myself against the door. My full weight pressed into it. The metal was cold, vibrating faintly. On the other side, something shifted. I could feel it. A subtle change in pressure, like someone leaning back. Then came the sound that finally broke my sense of reality. A knock answered from behind me. I spun around, my back scraping against the door, and stared at the opposite side of the tower. The east-facing window reflected the room perfectly. The desk, the bed, me, and something standing just behind my reflection. It wasn't clear enough to describe properly. A distortion more than a shape, like the air had been bent into the suggestion of a person. It stood too still, too precisely aligned with me. Its head tilted at the same angle mine was. When I raised my hand, it raised its hand a second later, just slightly out of sync. I screamed. The sound tore out of me, raw and uncontrolled. The reflection didn't react. It just watched. The knock came again. This time, from inside the glass. I staggered back, my heel catching on the chair, and fell hard onto the floor. The reflection leaned forward as I did, its movements smoothing out, becoming more confident. The light flickered once, then steadied. "You can let me in," the radio said from the desk. I hadn't touched it. I crawled backward until my shoulders hit the wall, my eyes darting between the door, the windows, and reflection that now lagged less and less behind me. "You're not real," I said, over and over, like a mantra. "You're not real." The reflection smiled. It wasn't my smile. It was too wide, too practiced. At 9:11 p.m., the power cut out. The lights died, plunging the tower into darkness broken only by moonlight. The windows turned into black mirrors. I couldn't see the reflection anymore, but I could feel it. The sense of being watched intensified, pressing in on me from every angle. The knocking resumed, everywhere at once. The door, the windows, the floor. A chaotic chorus of impacts that rattled the tower and sent dust raining down. I covered my ears and curled in on myself, my thoughts dissolving into panic. This was it. Whatever restraint it had shown was gone. Then, abruptly, it stopped. The silence that followed was suffocating. I lay there, gasping, afraid to move. Slowly, I pushed myself upright and looked around. The moon cast pale rectangles on the floor through the windows. The tower stood intact. Quiet. A shape moved at the edge of my vision. I turned my head inch by inch toward the door. It was standing there. Not outside. Not reflected. Inside the tower. It occupied the space like it had always belonged there, its outline finally solid enough to register. Human-sized. Human-shaped. Its features were indistinct, like they'd been smoothed away. But I knew without being told that it was looking at me. It raised its hand and knocked on the inside of the door. I don't remember screaming again. I remember scrambling to my feet and throwing myself toward the opposite window. I remember the sound of glass shattering, cold night air rushing in, and the sudden, terrifying openness of the drop below me. I jumped. They found me at dawn, tangled in brush at the base of the tower, bruised and bleeding but alive. Search and rescue said I was lucky, that the fall should have killed me. They asked why I jumped. I didn't answer. The official report lists exhaustion and acute stress as contributing factors. The radio malfunction was chalked up to weather interference. The knocking, structural noise, thermal expansion. All the explanations I'd tried to give myself. They offered me counseling. A different post. I resigned instead. I still wake up some nights to the sound of knocking. Always polite. Always patient. Always coming from the side of the door I'm standing on. Because the tower taught me something I can't unlearn. You don't have to be seen to be inside. My name is Aaron Whitlock, and I took this job because I thought isolation would be the hardest thing to survive. That's what everyone warned me about. The silence, the distance, the way days blur together when you're stationed alone, high above the tree line, watching miles of forest that almost never changes. I believed them. I prepared myself for loneliness, for boredom, for talking to myself just to hear a human voice. I was wrong. The worst part isn't being alone up here. The worst part is realizing I'm not. I arrived at the lookout just after sunrise, hauled up the last stretch by a service road that barely deserved the name. The tower stood exactly where the map said it would, a steel skeleton bolted into stone, its cabin perched like a glass box at the top. Everything looked normal, maintained, functional. The previous lookout had signed off cleanly. No notes beyond routine weather logs and fire reports. No warnings. No strange comments scribbled in the margins. That should have comforted me. Instead, it felt rehearsed, like someone had taken care to leave nothing behind. The first few hours passed exactly how I expected. I unpacked, checked the radio, ran through the equipment checklist. Wind steady from the west. Visibility excellent. The forest rolled out in every direction, green and endless, broken only by distant ridges fading into blue haze. I remember thinking how peaceful it was, how quiet. the kind of quiet that presses against your ears until you notice your own breathing. By mid-morning, I had settled into the rhythm of the job, scanning sectors, logging conditions, reminding myself to eat. It was around noon when I heard the first sound that didn't belong. At first, I thought it was the tower itself. Metal expands and contracts in the sun, and you get used to the groans and ticks. But this was different. It was deliberate, slow. A soft, rhythmic scrape like boots on the stairs below me. I froze, listening. The stairs are open, bolted to the outside of the tower, and anyone climbing them is impossible to miss. You feel the vibration. You hear the rattle of metal. This was none of that. Just the sound, rising one step at a time, stopping, then continuing. I grabbed the radio and called out, my voice sounding too loud in the small cabin. No response. I leaned over the railing and looked down through the grated floor. The stairs were empty. Sunlight glinted off the metal undisturbed. No movement, no shadow. I told myself it was my imagination. The kind of trick your brain plays when you're alone and alert. I logged the sound anyway, more out of habit than concern. The afternoon dragged. The forest stayed calm, no smoke, no aircraft, no voices on the radio beyond routine check-ins. Still, the sense of being watched crept in slowly, like a temperature change you don't notice until you're already cold. Every time I turned away from the windows, I felt it stronger. Not fear exactly. Pressure. The idea that something was paying attention when I wasn't. By late afternoon, I noticed something else. My logs were wrong. I keep my notes meticulously. Time, weather, visibility, observations. When I flipped back through the day's entries, I found a line I didn't remember writing. No time stamp. Just a sentence written in my handwriting. Movement observed near base of tower. I stared at it, trying to recall when I'd noticed anything near the base. I hadn't. I would have remembered that. The tower sits on bare rock, surrounded by sparse brush. Nothing moves there without drawing your eye. I checked the time. The sun was already dipping lower, casting long shadows across the forest. I hadn't left the cabin since noon. I told myself it was a mistake. Fatigue. Muscle memory. I crossed out the line and initialed the correction, feeling foolish for how unsettled it made me. That's when I heard the knocking. Not loud, not urgent, just a firm, measured knock on the door at the top of the stairs. No one is supposed to come up unannounced. Supply drops are scheduled. Visitors are radioed in. And even if someone had somehow climbed the tower, without me noticing, I would have heard the stairs. I stood there, staring at the door, every instinct telling me not to open it. The knock came again, identical to the first. 3 taps. A pause. 3 taps. I spoke before I could stop myself, asking who was there. My voice shook despite my effort to keep it steady. There was no answer. Just the sound of breathing on the other side of the door. Slow. Patient. Close. I backed away, heart hammering, and grabbed the radio. Calling down to base, trying to explain what was happening without sounding hysterical. The line crackled with static, then cleared just long enough for a voice to come through. My own voice, repeating the words I had just said, perfectly, down to the tremor. The radio went dead after that. I didn't open the door. I sat on the floor with my back against the far wall, watching the handle, waiting for it to turn. It never did. The breathing stopped. The knocking didn't resume. As night fell, the forest darkened into an uneven sea of black, the windows reflecting my own pale face back at me. I thought that was the end of it. I thought whatever it was had left. I was wrong. When I checked the log one last time before midnight, there was a new entry at the bottom of the page, written carefully, neatly, in my handwriting. Confirmed. Subject is aware. I didn't sleep after that. I told myself I was staying awake out of caution, that a good lookout doesn't abandon their post. But the truth was simpler. Every time I closed my eyes, I felt closer to something I didn't want to see. Midnight passed without ceremony. The forest outside became a single, unbroken mass of darkness, the kind that swallows depth and distance. The tower lights cast weak reflections in the windows, turning the cabin into a floating box of glass and shadow. I tore the last page out of the logbook and folded it into my pocket. Like that might erase what was written there. Then I did what I should have done earlier. I checked the stairs. I moved slowly, careful not to make noise, easing the door open just enough to peer out. The air was colder than I expected, sharp and clean, carrying the smell of pine and stone. The stairs were empty. I leaned farther out, gripping the doorframe, scanning down toward the base of the tower. Nothing moved. No lights, no shapes, just moonlight spilling over rock and brush. That should have reassured me. Instead, the feeling intensified. The certainty that I was being observed didn't fade when I looked outside. It grew stronger, as if whatever was watching preferred me to stay unaware. I shut the door and locked it, then dragged the small table across the floor to brace it. The sound of scraping metal echoed too loudly in the cabin, making my skin prickle. I hated how small the space suddenly felt. How exposed. Every window became a liability. I pulled the curtains closed, one by one, until the only light left was the dim bulb over the desk. That's when I noticed the footsteps. They weren't on the stairs. They were inside the tower. At first, it was subtle, a soft creak from below, like weight shifting on metal. I told myself it was the wind, even though the night was still. Then another sound followed, closer this time. A measured step. Then another. Someone was climbing the interior ladder that runs up through the center of the tower, the emergency access used only during maintenance. No one but me should have been able to reach it, and the hatch at the bottom is kept locked. I stood frozen, listening as the steps stopped directly beneath the cabin floor. I could picture it perfectly. Someone standing there, just out of sight, looking up through the grating, knowing exactly where I was. I backed away until my shoulders hit the wall, my breath coming fast and shallow. I didn't call out. I didn't move. I waited. Minutes passed. Nothing happened. No more footsteps. No sound at all. The silence pressed in, thick and heavy until I couldn't tell if I was hearing it or imagining it. Finally, against every instinct, I forced myself to move. I crossed the cabin and knelt by the floor grate, peering down into the darkness. There was no one there. I laughed then, a short, broken sound that surprised me. Relief flooded in, chased immediately by embarrassment. I was letting isolation get to me, exactly like everyone said. Sounds echo strangely in these towers. Old structures make noise. My brain was filling in gaps, creating patterns where none existed. I stood up, wiped my hands on my pants, and turned back toward the desk. The radio was on. I hadn't touched it. I knew that with absolute certainty. The volume knob was turned low, just enough to let a faint hiss of static fill the room. I approached it slowly, heart sinking. As I reached out to shut it off, the static cleared. "Aaron," a voice said calmly. It was my voice again. I stumbled back, nearly tripping over the chair. The radio continued, speaking in my tone, my cadence, even my hesitation. It described the tower, the night, the way my hands were shaking. It described me standing there, listening. I shouted for it to stop, but the voice only paused, then resumed, correcting itself, where my interruption had altered the moment. I ripped the power cord out of the wall. The radio fell silent instantly. I stood there, breathing hard, staring at it like it might start talking again on its own. I don't know how long I stayed like that. Time felt slippery, unreliable. When I finally checked my watch, it said just after 2 a.m. The night wasn't even halfway over. I needed proof. Something solid. Something real. I grabbed my flashlight and unbraced the door, ignoring the voice in my head screaming not to. If something was out there, I needed to see it. Hiding in the cabin was making everything worse. The beam cut through the darkness as I stepped onto the platform. I swept it slowly across the stairs, the support beams, the rocky ground below. For a moment, there was nothing. Then the light caught movement near the base of the tower. A figure stood just beyond the reach of the beam, far enough away that details blurred. It didn't move when the light found it. It didn't react at all. I adjusted the angle, trying to bring it fully into view. But no matter how I shifted, the edges stayed indistinct, like it refused to resolve into something definite. "Who's there?" I called out, my voice breaking. The figure tilted its head. It was a small gesture, almost human. Almost. The angle was wrong. Too precise. It held the pose for a long moment, then raised one arm and pointed straight up at me. At the cabin. At me. The flashlight flickered. The beam died. I slapped it against my palm, cursing, but it wouldn't come back on. When my eyes adjusted to the darkness again, the figure was gone. No sound, no retreating footsteps. Just absence where something had been moments before. I retreated inside and locked the door again, my hands numb. My mind raced, trying to rationalize what I'd seen. A hiker. An animal standing upright. A trick of shadow, none of it fit. None of it explained how it knew where I was. As dawn crept closer, the sounds returned. Soft movement beneath the floor, a faint knock on the wall, not at the door this time, but on the glass. Gentle. Testing. I didn't respond. I sat on the floor, back against the wall, watching the sky lighten through the thin gap in the curtains. When the sun finally rose, painting the forest in pale gold, everything stopped. No more sounds. No more pressure. Just silence. I convinced myself I had survived the worst of it. That daylight had driven whatever it was away. Then I looked down at my hands. There was dirt under my fingernails. Fresh, dark. I hadn't left the cabin. Morning should have made everything clearer. That's what I kept telling myself as the light strengthened and the forest came back into focus. Tree by tree, ridge by ridge. Shadows retreated. Colors returned. The world looked normal again. But the dirt under my fingernails stayed where it was, dark and packed in deep, like I'd been digging with my hands. No amount of staring at it made it make sense. I scrubbed my fingers raw in the sink, until the water ran brown, then clear. My hands shook the whole time. I kept replaying the night in fragments, trying to find the moment where I could have gone outside without realizing it. Sleepwalking. Panic. Shock. Something that would explain why my body seemed to know things my mind didn't. I checked the door. Still locked. The table still wedged against it. Nothing disturbed. I logged the morning conditions out of habit, forcing myself to stick to routine. Clear skies. No smoke. Visibility excellent. My pen hovered over the page longer than it should have. I didn't write about the night. Not the knocking. Not the voice. Not the figure. Writing it down would make it real in a way I wasn't ready for. I told myself I'd report it once I got back down the mountain. Face to face with someone who could look me in the eye and tell me I was just exhausted. Around 8, the radio crackled back to life. I flinched so hard the chair scraped the floor. I hadn't plugged it back in. I was sure of that. I stared at it, waiting for my voice to come through again, narrating my fear like a script. Instead, I got the base operator, sounding bored and distant, asking for my morning check-in. I answered carefully, choosing every word, half expecting the radio to interrupt me with a correction. It didn't. The exchange was short, normal, painfully mundane. I almost cried when it ended. By mid-morning, the tension had settled into something dull and heavy. The forest stayed quiet. No movement near the base of the tower. No sounds from below. I started to feel foolish, embarrassed by how far my thoughts had gone. Isolation does things to you. Everyone knows that. The mind looks for patterns, for threats, because that's what it's built to do. Up here, with nothing but trees and time, it's easy to turn your own fear into an enemy. That's what I told myself as I pulled on my boots and stepped outside. I needed to see the base of the tower in daylight. Needed to confirm there were no footprints, no signs of anyone being there. The stairs felt solid under my feet as I descended, the metal warm from the sun. Halfway down, I stopped and looked out over the forest, forcing myself to breathe, to stay present. Nothing moved. Birds called from somewhere distant. Life continuing. At the bottom. The ground told a different story. The dirt around the base of the tower was disturbed. Not churned up, not obviously trampled, but pressed down in places, like something heavy had stood there for a long time. I crouched, examining it closely. There were no clear footprints. No tread marks. Just shallow impressions, irregular and overlapping, circling the tower in a slow, deliberate pattern. My stomach tightened. I followed the marks, walking carefully, my eyes never leaving the ground. They formed a loose ring, stopping directly beneath where my cabin would be overhead. I tilted my head back and looked up at the tower. From down here, it felt impossibly tall, the cabin a small shape against the sky. Exposed. Vulnerable. That's when I noticed the ladder. The emergency ladder hatch at the base of the tower was open. I stood there, staring at it, my mind refusing to catch up with what my eyes were seeing. The hatch is kept locked for a reason. I checked it myself when I arrived. I remembered the weight of the metal, the resistance of the lock. Now it hung ajar, swaying slightly in the breeze. I didn't want to go near it. Every instinct screamed at me to back away, to climb the stairs and barricade myself again. But something stronger pulled me forward, the need to understand. To finish this, I steadied classer and shined my flashlight into the opening. The ladder inside was scuffed. Fresh marks, like hands and boots, had been climbing it repeatedly. Up and down. Over and over. I felt a wave of cold wash through me as understanding clicked into place. The sounds. The footsteps. The dirt under my nails. I hadn't left the cabin. But something had come up to me. I backed away slowly, never turning my back on the hatch, until I reached the stairs. I climbed them 2 at a time, heart pounding, not stopping until I was back, inside the cabin with the door locked and braced. My hands were shaking so badly I had to sit down. The radio came on again without warning. I didn't touch it. I didn't have to. I already knew what it was going to say. "You're calmer now," my voice said gently. "That's good." I screamed at it, demanded it tell me what it was, how it was doing this. The voice listened patiently, like it always had, then answered. "I needed to see if you would notice," it said. "If you would learn." The pressure returned, stronger than before, filling the cabin, pressing against my thoughts. Images flooded my mind, uninvited. The tower at night, the stairs, the hatch opening, hands gripping metal, watching, waiting, learning the way I moved, the way I spoke, the way I thought. "I can't stay down there," the voice continued. "Not anymore." The door handle rattled once, twice. I fit better up here. I don't remember making the decision to leave. I just knew I had to get out. Now, I grabbed my keys, my pack, anything within reach, and threw myself at the door, shoving the table aside with a strength I didn't know I had. The handle turned easily under my hand. Too easily. The door swung open. There was no one there. The stairs were empty, the forest calm. Sunlight poured over everything, warm and ordinary. For a split second, I thought it had been a bluff, a final attempt to scare me. Then I heard movement behind me. I ran. I don't remember getting down the stairs. Only the burning in my legs and the sound of my own breathing. I didn't look back. I didn't stop until I reached the truck and tore down the service road, branches scraping the sides, rocks kicking up under the tires. I reported everything when I reached base. They listened. They nodded. They told me they'd send someone up to secure the tower and check the ladder. They used words like stress and exhaustion, and adjustment period. They found the hatch open. They found the marks on the ladder. They found my logbook. The last entry was written in my handwriting, neat and confident, logged after my recorded departure time. Lookout vacated. Position available. I quit that day. I won't go back to that mountain. But sometimes, when I'm alone and the house is quiet, I hear a soft, familiar knock, measured and patient, coming from somewhere above me. And I know it's still watching. My name is Thomas Keller, and I'm writing this down because the Fire Lookout Handbook never prepared me for the idea that the forest could answer back. I took the job for the same reason most people do. Quiet, isolation, a summer away from phones and noise. I'd been a seasonal ranger for 5 years, rotated through trail maintenance and visitor centers. But this was my first solo assignment. One tower, one man, one day. That was the contract, sunrise to sunrise. Nothing complicated. Just watch for smoke and log what I see. The tower sits on a granite ridge, deep inside the national forest, accessible only by a narrow service road that ends half a mile downhill. From the catwalk, I can see uninterrupted forest in every direction. Pines, firs, pockets of aspen, dark valleys where the light seems to fall apart before it reaches the ground. The handbook emphasizes routine. Binocular sweep every 30 minutes. Weather notes on the hour. Radio check-ins at dawn, noon, and dusk. It doesn't say anything about what to do when the dark starts paying attention. That morning passed clean and ordinary. I logged cloud cover, wind speed, and distant haze from a controlled burn miles away. No anomalies. No strange sounds. The forest was quiet in the way it's supposed to be quiet. Alive, but minding its own business. I ate lunch standing at the railing, watched a hawk ride thermals, and felt foolish for the nervous excitement I'd carried up the mountain. By late afternoon, shadows stretched long and thin. threading themselves between trees like cracks in glass. I ran my final daylight sweep with the binoculars and made a note about how quickly visibility drops in this sector. Once the sun dips behind the western ridge, at 6:47 p.m., I radioed in. Clear conditions, no smoke, all normal. Night came fast. Up in the tower, darkness doesn't arrive gradually. It climbs. It pools beneath the trees, and then suddenly it's everywhere at once, pressing against the windows. I turned on the interior lights and immediately turned them back off. The handbook warns about reflections ruining your night vision. Out there, you're supposed to let your eyes adjust. Become part of the dark rather than fighting it. I stood at the east-facing window and scanned with my naked eye first, then with binoculars. Nothing unusual. No movement. No sound except wind brushing the treetops far below. I remember thinking how peaceful it felt, how complete the silence was. I logged the time and poured myself a cup of coffee from the thermos. It was just after 9 p.m. when I noticed the first light. At first, I assumed it was a reflection, a distant star dipping between branches. I leaned closer to the glass, squinted, adjusted my angle. The light blinked once, soft and pale, low to the ground. Too low to be a plane. Too steady to be a firefly. I waited. It blinked again. I reached for the binoculars and brought them up slowly, careful not to break my night vision completely. Through the lenses, the forest flattened into overlapping layers of black. The light appeared again, a small point no brighter than a dying ember, then vanished. The handbook says unauthorized campfires are rare in this zone. Too remote. Too rough. Still, procedure is procedure. I logged the bearing, noted the approximate distance, and reached for my flashlight. Standard issue, high lumen, narrow beam. The kind meant to cut through dark. I stepped out onto the catwalk and rested the flashlight on the railing, steadying my hand. I swept the beam down toward where I'd seen the light. The forest lit up in fragments. Trunks flashing white, branches snapping into sharp relief. And then something happened that made my stomach tighten. The light blinked back. It wasn't a reflection of my beam. It didn't flare or scatter. It blinked deliberately, once then again, as if matching me. I shut off the flashlight immediately. The forest went black again, except for that same faint point of light. Still there, still steady. I told myself it was a headlamp. Some idiot hiker who wandered off trail and didn't know the regulations. That explanation fit inside the rules, so I grabbed onto it. I turned the flashlight back on and flicked it twice in quick succession. 2 controlled pulses. 2 pulses answered. My throat went dry. I checked the radio instinctively, but it was dead silent, no incoming chatter. I didn't call it in. I don't know why. Something about the situation felt private. Like reporting it would make it real in a way I wasn't ready for. I tried one more time. 3 flashes. 3 flashes returned. Not faster, not slower. Perfectly matched. I lowered the flashlight and stepped back into the tower. Heart thudding hard enough that I could feel it in my ears. The light didn't move. It didn't approach or retreat. It just existed. Low among the trees, patient. The handbook doesn't say anything about lights that respond. It mentions campfires, lightning, even reflective animal eyes. But animal eyes don't blink in patterns, and they don't stay in one place that long. I wrote a brief note in the log, deliberately vague. Unidentified light source. Possible hiker activity. Monitor. My handwriting looked wrong, cramped and uneven. At 10:15 p.m., the light disappeared. Relief hit me so fast my knees felt weak. I stayed on watch, forcing myself to scan every direction, but nothing else appeared. No more blinking, no movement. Just forest and dark and wind. I told myself that was the end of it. Then, just before 11, another light appeared. This one was closer. Not dramatically closer, but enough that I didn't need the binoculars to see it clearly. Same color. Same soft intensity. Same height off the ground. I didn't touch the flashlight this time. I just watched. After a few seconds, it blinked. Once. As if waiting. I didn't respond to the blink. I don't know if that was instinct or fear, but something in me understood that answering again would change the rules of the situation. I stayed perfectly still, hands flat against the window frame, watching the point of light hover between two tree trunks far below. A minute passed, then another. The light blinked again. Still once, still patient. I stepped back from the glass and checked my watch. 11:04 p.m. My next scheduled radio check-in wasn't until dawn. The handbook emphasizes not overusing the radio for non-emergencies. It also emphasizes maintaining composure. I forced myself to breathe slowly and return to the window, keeping my hands away from the flashlight. The light hadn't moved laterally. That's what struck me first. It wasn't wandering like a hiker's headlamp would. It wasn't bobbing or swaying. It remained fixed in space, as if mounted to something solid, or held by someone who wasn't shifting their weight at all. I lifted the binoculars again. Through the lenses, the light resolved into a sharper point, still too dim to illuminate its surroundings. I scanned around it, looking for a silhouette, a body, anything that would make sense. There was nothing. Just trees, trunks rising like black pillars, the forest floor swallowed by shadow. Then, without warning, the light went out. I exhaled a breath I hadn't realized I was holding and lowered the binoculars. I waited, counting silently. 10 seconds. 20, 30. It blinked back on, closer. This time I was certain. The distance had closed by at least 100 yards. I felt it in my gut before my brain could articulate it. The light now sat just beyond a narrow clearing recognized from my daytime sweep. A scar where lightning had split an old pine years ago. I backed away from the window and grabbed the logbook, flipping back through the pages. No prior notes about hikers. No scheduled maintenance crews. This sector was quiet by design. The kind of quiet you pay for with inconvenience and distance. The light blinked again. Twice. I flinched. I hadn't flashed twice. I hadn't done anything. And yet the pattern had changed. I stepped onto the catwalk despite every instinct, telling me to stay inside. The night air was colder than I expected, sharp against my skin. I leaned over the railing, eyes locked on the light. From this angle, I could see more of the slope beneath the tower. The light was definitely moving uphill now. Not directly toward me, but angling. Choosing terrain. That's when I noticed something worse. There were no accompanying sounds. No crunch of leaves. No snap of twigs. No shift in underbrush. Even at that distance, a human moving through forest makes noise. Deer do. Everything does. This light climbed in silence. I raised the flashlight without turning it on, just feeling its weight in my hand. I told myself I needed confirmation. I told myself this was still within the realm of reasonable explanation. I flicked the beam once, briefly, illuminating the slope below. The forest flashed white, and for the first time the light didn't blink back. Instead, it stayed on, steady, unblinking, brightening just enough that I could tell it wasn't reflecting anything. It was emitting its own glow. A cold, flat light. like an LED seen through fog. I shut off my flashlight immediately. The silence pressed in harder, thicker. My pulse hammered in my ears. The light remained on unwavering, as if it no longer needed my input. Then it began to move again. Faster now. Not rushing. Not running. Just covering ground at a pace that didn't match human effort. It passed between trees without changing height. It didn't dip or rise with the slope. It simply advanced, smooth and level. I retreated into the tower and closed the door behind me, sliding the latch into place. The handbook doesn't say to barricade yourself. It doesn't say not to, either. I turned off every interior light and crouched below the window line, peering out just enough to keep the light in view. It reached the base of the ridge around midnight. I know the time because I checked my watch obsessively, as if marking it would keep me anchored. The light paused there, hovering at the edge of the tree, lying directly beneath the tower. From above, it looked impossibly small and impossibly deliberate. Then another light appeared. And another. 3 in total now, spaced evenly apart, forming a loose arc at the base of the ridge. They blinked in sequence, left to right, then went steady together. I pressed my back against the wall, heart pounding so hard. I thought it might echo through the tower. My mind scrambled for explanations. Search and rescue drills, military exercises, malfunctioning equipment. But none of them fit the silence. None of them fit the precision. The lights began to climb. They didn't spread out. They didn't converge. They moved in parallel, maintaining their spacing, navigating the slope with the same unnatural smoothness. I realized then that they weren't avoiding obstacles. They were passing through gaps that already existed, paths I couldn't see from above. Paths something had used before. At 12:23 a.m., the first light reached the tree line just below the tower's clearing. At 12:24, the second. At 12:25, the third. They stopped. I stayed frozen, barely breathing, listening for anything. Footsteps, voices, wind. But the night remained utterly still. The lights held their positions for several long seconds. Then, all 3 blinked once. Together. The tower creaked softly in the cooling air. A familiar sound that suddenly felt like a betrayal. I clenched my jaw, willing it to be silent. The lights didn't move closer. Instead, they tilted upward. I know that sounds impossible. Lights don't tilt. But the angle changed, just enough that I understood what was happening. They were looking up. At the tower. At me. I don't know how long I stood there, pressed against the wall, watching those lights stare up at the tower. Time stretched in a way that felt artificial, like the night itself had slowed to watch what would happen next. My watch said 12:31 a.m., but my body told me it had been much longer. The first sound came softly, not from the forest, from the stairs. The fire lookout stairs are metal, bolted directly into the rock and tower frame. They groan when the wind hits them different, but this was different. This was weight. Measured. Careful. One step at a time. I moved to the trapdoor in the floor and knelt, placing my ear close to the wood. The sound traveled upward now, unmistakable. Metal flexing under pressure. A pause. Then another step. There should have been voices, laughter, radios. Anything human makes when it climbs 200 feet of exposed stairs in the dark. There was nothing. Just the steps. Slow. Evenly spaced. I crawled to the far window and looked down. Only one light remained at the tree line. The other 2 were gone. I felt my stomach drop as understanding crept in. The lights weren't people. They weren't even separate things. They were markers. Signals. and whatever was climbing the stairs didn't need one anymore. The steps continued. I reached for the radio, thumb hovering over the transmit button. Procedure said call for help. Procedure assumed there was someone to answer. I tried anyway. "This is Keller at Lookout 7. I whispered, my voice barely working. "I have activity at the tower. Possible unauthorized access." Static hissed back. No voice. No acknowledgement. The steps reached the final flight. I stood, backing away from the trapdoor, flashlight clutched in my hand like it could protect me. The handbook says never confront intruders directly. It also says no one should be at your tower after dark. The contradiction felt cruel now. The latch rattled, not pulled, not forced, touched. I held my breath, every muscle locked tight. The latch slid free with a soft click. The trapdoor didn't open right away. Whoever, or whatever, was below seemed to wait, as if listening. Then the door lifted. Slowly. I raised the flashlight and aimed it down, fingers squeezing the switch. The beam flooded the stairwell. It showed nothing. No body, no hands, no shadow. Just empty steps descending into darkness. The air rising from below felt colder than it should have been, carrying the scent of damp earth and old leaves. I swept the light farther down. That's when I saw the footprints. They weren't on the stairs. They were on the vertical support beam. Beside them, spaced evenly upward, as if something had climbed without using the steps at all. The prints were shallow, elongated impressions, pressed into decades-old paint and dust. No boot tread, no claw marks, just smooth, oval depressions placed with impossible balance. The flashlight flickered. I shut it off immediately, plunging the tower into darkness. I didn't want to show myself anymore. I didn't want to invite anything else. Silence returned. Then, from directly behind me, something blinked. A soft, pale light reflected in the window glass. I turned slowly. It wasn't inside the tower. It hovered just beyond the glass, inches away, floating at eye level. Close enough that I could see the imperfections in the pane, the scratches and smudges catching its glow. There was no face behind it. No body. Just the light. It blinked once. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My throat had closed completely. I backed away until my shoulders hit the opposite wall. The light stayed where it was, unblinking now, as if it had learned it didn't need to communicate anymore. It had reached me. It had confirmed something. Behind me, the stairs creaked again. Closer this time. I squeezed my eyes shut, waiting for impact, for hands, for something solid and undeniable. None of it came. Instead, the light outside the window dimmed, then drifted downward, sliding out of view. The steps stopped. The silence that followed felt different, looser, as if something had been released. I stayed frozen until my watch ticked past 400 a.m., the darkest hour before dawn. The sky began to lighten imperceptibly, bleeding gray into black. Birdsong started hesitantly, one call at a time. Nothing else happened. At first light, I forced myself to move. I checked the stairs empty. I checked the perimeter. No sign of disturbance. No footprints on the ground. No marks at the base of the tower. Only the support beam showed anything at all. The footprints were still there. At 6:12 a.m., I radioed in again. This time, someone answered. I reported strange lights, possible intruder activity, and structural anomalies. My voice sounded flat, distant, like it belonged to someone else. They sent a team. By the time they arrived, full daylight had burned away the night. The forest looked ordinary again. Peaceful. The footprints on the support beam were gone, wiped clean without leaving a trace. The official report lists the incident as wildlife interference combined with fatigue, induced misinterpretation. I signed it without argument. I didn't want them climbing the tower at night. I didn't want anyone else flashing lights into that forest. Because the handbook is right about one thing. The forest watches. And now I know it knows how to answer back.